Well, good morning. It's definitely an honor to have the opportunity to be here and judge your show here today as far as on the Market Hog Show and work with your young people. An exciting class that we have here to start the day off with. I think we've got 10 over here that we're going to rework just a little further as well, and yet still a lot of quality and good within this class. Subtle little things out here. Maybe some you'd like to change just a little in terms of their feet and legs. Have them a little different kind of a look up through their front end. Tremendous class, so great group of young people. If you would, put your hands together for these young people as we let them go back to the barn.
Well, good morning. First and foremost, it's truly an honor to be here in the ring and to sort the crossbred show today. Obviously, been looking forward to it for quite some time, and it's a big deal. We're going to have a good day today. We've got a great big first class here, and we're going to run through all the crossbred classes kind of in this fashion. I don't think we'll always pin up 13, 14 of them, but we split that class almost in half as they came in. We kind of set a standard of where things were, and we have to stick to that and make sure that we redrive each one of those out here. And as we go through today, we'll have big classes. There's not a ton of numbers of classes here, and so we're going to be able to take our time and pace things right. When things need to be moved through quickly, we will, and when we need to take a little more time, I'll definitely commit to you that we'll do that. So a great way to start out, kind of like the lightweight classes typically are. The ones that are going back in the pen are maybe a little more immature in terms of muscularity and body. Maybe they're not quite as stout in their feature. The good thing about this set of pigs that are going back and the ones that will redrive, it looks like skeleton is made good. Kids have worked them extremely well out here. I think they fit from a composition standpoint. At the same time, maybe just not quite enough of them out here today. But still, great way to kick off the Market Hog Show here at the North American. If you would, put your hands together for these kiddos. They head back. We'll work through that top end.
very, very good class of Berkshires here to start off with as we get up here in the top end. And I guess to me, this pair, as they kind of come through the gate, kind of set themselves up to go to the forefront for me within the pair. To me, the young ladies, Barrow, there's just more of him, if you will. You can start all the way down at the ground in terms of talking about his bone and foot size, all the way up in terms of his center rib, the spread and dimension that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. Still gets out here and handles it exceptionally well. Love this guy's blade and forearm as he comes right to you. Just the stoutness that he has, I think, is where he excels, the one that we have in 2. This one in 2, the first 5 steps when he come in the ring, I thought this one's going to give them all they want, because this is an elite kind of a barrel when you look at from the side, extension up through his front end. Really like the freshness as you get in the upper part of his skeleton. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him, get down at the ground. I don't think he's quite as stout in terms of his bone and foot size. He doesn't come at you quite as wide and bold through his chest floor, particularly at his knee. Doesn't track away from his hock down to the ground quite as wide and powerful as that bear that wins the class. The 1 in 3 is such a unique kind of an individual because you take him from his underline up and you like a tremendous amount of him. One that's extremely good in terms of his just stoutness, in terms of the shape and power right out of the backside of his blade. Lots of dimension as you get in the upper part of his hip. Tremendous power as you get back behind him. He's a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of his body. He gets out here and every once in a while doesn't have quite as collective kind of a gait, if you will, in terms of the way he goes out across the ring. Like to loosen him out of his hip just a fraction in order to move him up any higher today. Young lady's bear that comes out in 4. Like a lot of things about him in terms of being one that's very productive in his look. Opened up tremendous in the center part of his rib. Lots of dimension as you get up on top of him. You get down at the ground. I just like to track him a notch wider in the lower part of his skeleton. He's another one that I guess you'd say starting to put just a little more bark on than maybe what I'd prefer. Like to harden him just a little if you could in order to move him up any higher. Young man's gilt that comes out next. So many good pieces in her in terms of shape, power, dimension of muscle. She's kind of one that wants to wing out just a little more out of her hind leg than what you'd term ideal. Like to lengthen and level her out of her hip as well in order to move her up any higher in class. Young man's bear that comes out next, another one is just very complete in terms of the way he's put together. Like his design, good kind of muscle, good kind of power. Maybe doesn't have quite the overall dimension though as some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. He's another one that maybe you could stouten him just a little in terms of his bone and foot size in order to move him up. Young lady's gilt that comes out next. Love the front 2/3 of this gilt when you talk about extension up through her front, power down her top line, lots of dimensions you get back behind her. Maybe wants to pinch ever so slightly right there at her ham-lung junction more than anything, like just to give her a little more coordinated kind of a look out of her hind leg, square her at her hock, have her get out and go just a hair easier. Good pattern bear that comes out next, really good in terms of his design. His length of stride is awfully good. Simply put, we just got to have a little more of him all the way through, give him more dimension all the way through in order to move him up in class, and yet his mobility and his flexibility what edges over him over the hogs that we have down here at 9 and 2, 9 and 10. Thick muscular bear that comes out next. Like to change him just a little in terms of his hind leg. Gets a little easier in his top line as well. And the bear, the same thing, can come out in 10. Another one that's got great kind of muscle dimension and great kind of overall just thickness. Like to trim him up through his front end just a little bit. Like to strengthen him in his top line. Excellent class of Berkshires here. Let's congratulate them.
Results out of our just completed Class 1 Berkshires first and topping the class. Congratulations, Haley Wells from Ohio. Second, Lane Bro, Indiana. Third, Emma Jones, Indiana. Fourth, Madison Millett, Indiana. Fifth, RJ Ayers, Indiana. Sixth, Isaiah Gross, Indiana. We're now showing Class 2 Berkshires in Ring A.
Well, as we said, as they dismissed that group, this is a very good class to kick things off with, and at the same time, it's very typical of what lightweight drives tend to look like. We had a lot of difference in terms of type, kind, spread, presentation, and kind of where they were in the feeding period. And I know we're at a market hog show, but at 2:30 and the way that things are these days, these probably had some future still left in them, which I like to see at this particular stage there. But you redrive that top five, and we could all see ringside there was a lot of differences, and we kind of sort things out. I'm not going to say they're always going to line out just exactly that way, type and kind, if that makes sense, because we could alter each one of them, but they all had some really good things. I was sold on the black one when he entered the ring. The front 2/3 of that guy's body needs to win easily. That's the skull shape, stoutness of feature, and head and jaw that we'd like to have in one. He looks like a show bear as he enters the ring. He's good and square and flat about his sternum, a big square-bladed one that's got a monster back working in him. I like him from a frame size perspective, from a lightweight barrow. I love his body shape, his forerib design, and how consistent his rib shape is there. I'm not going to say that's the ideal hip and rear leg, and we'd probably like to change him just a nickel there. A highly presented, extremely good show bear to win this first class. Now, the one that's the most comfortable comes in two, and that's why he got to catch a pin early. That's why he went to the scales, and that's why he's in the top pair, because that one's hip and rear leg is very, very functional. He's got just a nickel a set there, but still at the same time, I think he reaches, functions, his cushions is extremely good. He's a big-bodied, stout-made kind of a barrow as well. At the same token, comparatively to Ideal, I read him just a bit more mature about his head and crest. I'm not going to ever sit out here and say that show judges should call age, because we'll look like fools when we do so, but this one just reads a little more mature about his crest. He's a little deeper about his neck. At the same time, when you get him off from the side, he does have that little extra set. He's a little softer at his pastures. Those, from an aesthetic standpoint, maybe throws him off just a nickel there, but at the same time, he functions well, he's comfortable, he's stout, and he's burly, and he need to be up here in the top two for me. Even though we talked about his maturity deficit there, I still thought he read just a little bit fresher up top. He blended better in his hip loin than the gilt here, and this is one of those that came in probably in a highly, or I guess a high volume of male pigs out here. Sometimes the gilts hit you just a little bit differently, and there's no reason they're not, shouldn't be up towards the top end of the class, excuse me there, but gilt there that I like her proportionality. She's a stout feature gilt there as well in terms of forearm. She's got a big back. At the same time, I read her a deeper body gilt that's flatter in her rib design and not as round about her body shape when she wants to wrinkle there her hip loin. And the longer we drove, maybe you want to search just a little bit behind, but she has got a big rear leg that still at the same time offered a lot of mass and substance there. She was just stouter than the next barrel here, and honestly, where this one's in head and neck, tie on the top of his blade, I'm always going to be drawn to that kind, and I love that look. I love where that neck attaches to his shoulder, and if we can find one that's built that way up there through his neck and headset that's just a nickel stouter than this one, we could probably go ahead and run him a little bit higher. He reads more immature, if you will, in terms of body shape and forerib design, even feature reads just a bit more immature, which I don't think is a problem from a lightweight perspective. Just in this particular class, he read just a little bit more fragile there. You get in right behind him is where I got more critical. He wanted to get outside of his hock and maybe just be squared up in his rear joint design just a bit. I love the barrel from the side that comes out in 5 as well. And again, if you always just gravitate to the kind that tends to work up into pins for me, tall shouldered, dead level ones that still are assembled extremely good from a skeletal aspect are going to catch pins all day today in any show that we judge. Again, this one just doesn't have enough to him. Need to open him up through his chest and his knees, stouten his rear leg, and maybe go away from him just a bit more powerfully. Absolutely love his shoulder set, forearm design, and how backward his knee is there as well. Very, very well presented one as well. I thought he was just sounder than the next two that come out. We'll kind of roll the rest of this set. Those are good pigs all the way through. Truly just a function and ability to get out and be more comfortable is what sort this particular group. That was an awesome way to kick off the Market Hog Show. Let's put our hands together for them one more time as they head back. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We get in here to our second class of Berkshires, and I think we had 10. We've got 10 over there pinned. We're going to rework once again, and yet still a tremendous amount of set of hogs that we have without it in this ring still. Maybe some kind of hitting that upper echelon, if you will, from a weight standpoint, or maybe just a kind of a hold and freshness standpoint, if you will, and yet still hogs that have got balance and good look from the side. Change a few of them on their feet and legs as well. If you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors. We let them go back to the barn.
Results out of our just completed lightweight crossbred Class 1 in Ring B. Congratulations, topping the class, Maya Holderly from Indiana. Second, Gavin Young, Indiana. Third, Jarrett Morris, Indiana. Fourth, Cooper McNeil, Ohio. And fifth, Kyler Bryant, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 2 crossbreds. Evaluating your purebred market hogs in Ring A is Mr. Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Ryan is a nutritional support specialist for Show-Right Show Feeds. Ryan and his wife Wendy and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, raising Chester, Duroc, and crossbred show pigs and breeding stock. Ryan has judged many state and national shows around the country. If you would, please put your hands together for Mr. Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma in Ring A. Evaluating your crossbred market hogs is Mr. Kelton Mason from Montgomery, Texas. Kelton works for Lindner Show Feeds as well as owns the Stud Show Pigs, where they run around 100 crossbred sows and a small boar stud. Kelton is a graduate of Texas A&M University and a member of the National Champion Livestock Judging Team, and also coached for 2 years at his time at Texas A&M. Kelton has 2 kids, Caden and Camlin, that are actively showing pigs and cattle. Kelton has judged shows at all levels in over 30 states for the past 20 years. If you would, please put your hands together for Mr. Kelton Mason from Montgomery, Texas in Ring B. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
Very good top end as we get up here in this heavyweight class of Berkshires, and I think these three, I guess, in ways kind of move themselves on up to the top end of the class for me. And yet, with that said, the one that I think wins the class does so quite easily in terms of one that not only gives you the ideal kind of a look from the side when you talk about having that kind of balance and eye appeal, extension up through his front end. He's still a heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow that when you get up on top of him, love the way he comes right out of the backside of his blade. Tremendous kind of power as you get in the upper and lower part, or upper part of his hip, lower part of his ham and stifle. Nice bear here to win the class. The one in 2 and 3, I guess, is where it gives me just a little more trouble because underline up, I like so many things about this bear that we have here in 2. One is great in terms of his balance from the side, his extension up through his front end. Still comes with a fresh kind of a back laid in him. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He's sound and flexible on his feet and legs. Get down at the ground. I just got to stouten this guy in terms of his bone, foot size to match that mass and power that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. Opened up in the center part of his rib exceptionally well. I like his muscle pattern just a notch better in terms of the way it's laid on his skeleton versus the gilt that we have here in 3. The gilt in 3, you want to just get out here and measure and talk about muscle. She's going to win and win in a heartbeat. Tremendous kind of dimension as you get up on top of her. All kinds of muscle and power as you get back behind her. It's just laid on her a little rounder, if you will, in terms of her muscle pattern than what I'd prefer. Maybe make her just a notch taller at the point of her blade as well. That's being awfully critical of a very, very powerful kind of a Berkshire female. 1 in 4 comes out, which is kind of a nice kind of a bear, if you will, when you talk about one that's still good in his pattern, still has muscle, still has bone, probably gets a little shorter, a little crestier about of his neck than what you'd term ideal. Like to change the way he ties from his jawline into his shoulder, give him a little more elite kind of a presence up top, or through his throat, and then when you get in the upper part of his skeleton, maybe doesn't have the true crisp shape as some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. Maybe wants to wrinkle there just a little in his ham loin as well. Like to change that about him in order to move him up. Really extended fronted one that comes out next. Really good in terms of his pattern. Like this hog, when you talk about one from the side, you get into this one, and we got to widen him out in the lower part of his chest for. Love the bone and foot size. You get back behind him though as well. Need to track him wider from his hock to the ground, just to give him a little more lower width in terms of his skeleton in order to move him up in class. Bear that comes out next, another one that you talk about, still has muscle, still has power, lots of shape in this guy. Maybe another one that you'd like to change up through his front end, gets a little thicker, a little crestier about his neck and poll than what you'd term ideal. Like to change the way he is in his throat latch as well, trim him up there just a fraction in order to move him up any higher. Really well presented gilt that comes out next in the front 2/3 of her you have to be impressed with. One is tremendous in terms of the shape as you get up on top of her. Really good in the extension that she has up through her front end. Just like to lengthen and level her out of her hip. Kind of wants to camp and pull those hind legs up underneath her just a little more than ideal. We can lengthen her hip, just give her a little bit of a different kind of a gait out of her hind tooth. We can move her up a couple notches. Good bear that comes out next Another one in terms of one that's very productive in his look, good kind of muscle, good kind of pattern in him. Maybe one that gets a little drier in the middle part of his body. Man wants to push the envelope in terms of where his hind leg is. Young lady brings us the barrow that comes next. Another one that we can kind of talk like a broken record. Powerful, powerful class when you talk about overall muscle dimension down at the ground. We need to widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton. Just widen him out there, have him track a notch wider on either end in order to move up. Another very thick muscular barrow that comes out next. Love the bone and foot size in this guy. Not quite as coordinated out of his hip and hind leg as what you'd like to see. Like to lengthen him out of his hip, hinge him just a hair differently. We take a freer kind of a stride. Excellent class of Berkshires here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
We're on the crossbred side here, and a black one prevails again. This is an extra stout featured one in terms of just forearm size and rear leg dimension. That's as stout as we ever need one, and it pushes those extremities, and still at the same time, I read that one clean enough about her joints, like we echoed there in that first class. I love this one's head, the skull shape, the width between her eyes, the jawline that she has, and that's a big bladed one that's got a huge back, ties in really strong there behind her shoulder. Again, very similar to our last class winner in terms of body shape, being consistent there in terms of the roundness to her rib and carrying that to the rear portion of her cavity. I really think that one balances extremely well, not only just because her top line's level, her head's set right, but her underline is level, and that gives her a nice look here from the side, and obviously she's got that added bonus in terms of being just that stout and rugged in her look. I'd like her to go more athletically out of her hip and hind leg there. We're not going to just single trade them as we go. She's functional enough to win this particular class here, and the young lady did a great job driving. 2 and 3 is the pair for me, and I thought there was some trade-off when they come right at you. The other black barrow here needs to win that particular decision there. He's flatter and squarer about his sternum. He's more opened up at the top of his blade there, and then you step off from the side. That's still a high-tying kind of a barrow there. That's level in his design, fresh and youthful in his look, and shapely about his back there as well. Gets a little harder there in his hip-loin junction. He's a little shorter out of his rump and a little straighter down his rear leg, and that's why it gets awfully close there, because the chromed up barrow that's just a little denser about his hair coat gives you a little stouter look when he comes right in. I think he is a bit bigger bladed kind of a barrow there in terms of dimension right through the center portion of his shoulder. He spreads wider up top, and he's got a longer hip, and so all those things there you'd say, well, he needs to better that pair, but when he comes right at you, I've just got to open him up through his chest and his knee. When you get in behind him, he actually wants to search and set outside the plane of his hip just a bit there as well. But a good looking one from the side, well presented, well shown, and well fit kind of a barrow to be in 3. The outlier of those top 4 that we redrove ends up being in 4, and you set another guy out here. It's a different story, because again, he's the outlier in terms of body. He's the outlier in terms of width and chub. For me, he goes a little bit past that line of acceptability. I've got to peel him back from a condition standpoint, make him more youthful and better about his jawline. He gets a little cheeky and maybe a little bit more crest up top. He's still sound and comfortable for as much power as he has. We'll run through a set of gilts. I think we've got 3 or 4 of them here in the next set that offer some more raw shape. They're stout, muscular kind of a gilts there. They want to get a little bit higher, tighter in their top line, maybe a little more restricted there in terms of their movement. And then we had a set of barrows there that were comfortable, athletic, and tall-shouldered that just need to be stouter about their feature. Need to open them up underneath and make them just a notch more powerful in their look. But still, great class. Congratulations to those kiddos. My compliments to them.
Results out of our Berkshire Class 2 in Ring A. First goes to Braden Lancaster from Kentucky. Second, Landon Russell, Ohio. Third, Deegan Sheldon, Indiana. Fourth, Colton Tatum, Oklahoma. And fifth goes to Landon Glunt, Indiana. We are now ready to show for our champion Berkshire Barrow. Out of class number 1, congratulations to Haley Wells from Ohio. Second in that class was Lane Bro from Indiana. Out of class number 2, congratulations to Braden Lancaster from Kentucky. Second in that class was Landon Russell from Ohio. If you would, please put your hands together for all 4 of these individuals as they drive for your champion and reserve Berkshire Barrow. Results out of our lightweight crossbred class 2. First goes to Emily Lyons, Arkansas. Second goes to Olivia Naylor, Indiana. Third goes to Annalise Harris, Arkansas. Fourth goes to Landon Russell, Ohio. And fifth goes to Ian Turnbach, Ohio.
Well, it's fun to work alongside with Kelton here today because I think in a lot of ways he and I are a lot alike. When it's simple or when it's something kind of hits you and strikes you, we're going to make a call and move on. And yet if we need to slow down and take some time, we definitely will. Before we get to that, congratulate each one of these kids out here for having a first and second within those classes. Very, very good Berkshire show, and as we bring these class winners back out here to pick your champion, I think it's quite unanimous, if you will, between Kelton and I and how they need to line up. Pair of hogs that I think bring muscle and shape and power to the table, and yet maybe one's just got a little different kind of a look from the side, if you will. Really a nice kind of a barrow. Our first place in the heavyweight class is going to be your champion. The first in the light is going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you guys.
Results out of our Berkshire division. Congratulations, your champion Berkshire Barrow, Braden Lancaster from Kentucky. Reserve Berkshire Barrow goes to Haley Wells, Ohio. Please put your hands together as Kelton has made his selection in Class 3 lightweight crossbreds.
One class of Chester's here to work through, and yet, as we get out here, I guess it's easy to say there's some variation as far as size and things, and yet as probably as much as anything, there's a lot of variation amongst maturity because we've got some hogs in the pens and hogs out here that I still think their better days are yet ahead of them, and yet some are maybe kind of hitting that upper peak, if you will, or maybe been here just a fraction too long. We got 10 in the pens. We've still got a lot of good hogs out here in the ring, hogs that are heavy duty in terms of stoutness of bone and feature like that about them. Some would just like to give them just a notch more mass and power, particularly as we get right back behind them. Maybe just free them up just a little on their feet and legs. If you would, give them a round of applause as we let them go back to the barn.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
Well, really neat class here, and yesterday we spent all day watching football games as Caden wanted to do, and last night got to watch the Astros win the World Series, and we were kind of amped up and going, and we tried to go to sleep, and then the show kind of started running through my head, and knowing what it was going to look like when we got here. And I'm not saying that all the pigs in this class are ideal there, but it's what I expected when we came to the North American, for them to peel out and continually to send them to pins there. And as we work heavier in the weight division, as I think it'll just continually get tougher, and the heat will continually turn up. And again, going through my head of kind of what things were going to look like, this is what I anticipated. It's awesome. The pigs are driven well, they're presented well. There's just minute differences, and most of the classes or the other classes that we've evaluated so far have just come down to a matter of preference. For me, this comes down to a line of acceptability, and whenever you fall or whichever side that you're on, this class would line out just a little bit differently. These two young ladies come in last. They were always going to be the top two, and it was nice to have an anchor to start with, and that's the young lady there in the pink. She wins this class, and I think so in a landslide in my mind. Stout featured, bold frame kind of a barrow there that's stout about his rib, he's stout about his muscle, he's stout about his bone and his look, and then more importantly for me, when you pack that much power and that much punch, and you can get in behind them, their hip and their pin bone is square, their hock's perfectly square, their feet are square. When they can be that powerful and look like that going away, he needs to win. Now, I actually prefer the condition that the young lady shows the barrow in second. I think he's just a little trimmer. I think he's a bit better in terms of his turn to his edge, and I read him just a bit taller about the point of his shoulder as well. He too matches that class winner in terms of stoutness of jaw. He's a big forearm kind of a barrow. He's not as big in his rear leg, and that's not what gets him beat when he goes away from you. We need to stouten him up in terms of his pin set, make him square at his hock, and clean up his rear joints just a bit. But again, we had an anchor to win and one that needed to follow. Congratulations to those two young ladies. At the park and at the backdrop from the side, I probably like the chromed up one as good as any of them. He's youthful and good about his front end, a tall shouldered level design one that's uniform in his body depth. He's a powerfully muscled one that I read very genuine in terms of his width coming at you, genuine in his shape up top. When he goes away from you, he bows at his hock joint, puts some pressure on his outside hoof wall. We just need to change him in that regard. This is the barrow that I'd probably say wherever you fit in terms of line of acceptability, that things will change, because when this one comes at you, he's an absolute truck. And I love his sternum sets. When you get them that bold chested and that big bladed, normally they roll out at their elbow, and this one actually keeps it up tucked in tight. Fresh made kind of a barrow there. I like his physical feel. I like the way that he's presented here from a freshness standpoint. He gets a little bland about his edge, and primarily he's on the wrong side of acceptability from behind. He sure wants to struggle and just needs to be able to go more comfortably, more functionally out of his rear two. Wants to search and get too wide whenever he leaves you, but a good, powerful barrow there. The next barrow here that comes in, again, he's one of those that probably would take a beautiful picture from a design standpoint, is really where I'd like to land. I like his height, the shoulder. I like his shape that he has. He's a barrow there that I read cleaner about his joints. I thought about switching this particular pair because I think he's more appropriate in terms of width. It's still the same time. He needs to reach and go more athletically. He needs to be longer out of his rump and more cushioned there at the surface there from just a flexibility standpoint. And then he doesn't look like he maybe just wanted to fill up and maybe freshen up there in his mid-body once he got to the show like the one right ahead of him. But a good kind of a barrow there to be midway of this particular set. Again, we got a blue belted one that comes in and grabs the pin very quickly. Scripted about her jawline. I like that about her. She may be truly the best in terms of loin shape. She ties in good and square behind her blade. She's square about her edge. She's deep tying her loin, and I read that one a little leaner than a couple of the other ones, and that's an advantage. We're in a lightweight drive right here, and she's still got body and still has at the same time correctness of maturity and the correctness of composition there. She too gets too wide from behind. She's too short out of her hip and needs to be stoutened up in terms of her footwork. This bear is really good, just needs to be stouter legged. We've got a belted gilt here that just needs to be picked up off the ground just a bit. This bear hit me really hard when he came in. I'd like to flatten his spine down, flex him just a bit better. Very athletic one, rounds out the top 10 that just needs more power and dimension there to move up any higher. Awesome class. Let's put our hands together for them real big as they head back there to the barn. That was a lot of fun to work through.
Just one class of Chesters, and yet at the same time a tremendous class all the way through. And I think particularly as you get up here in this top trio, whenever I sent them to the scales, I was excited for Kelton to come over and just kind of bounce some things off, because I think this little trio right here, there's been years and places in the past, you'd be glad to find one of them, if you would, to name your champion Chester. Without a doubt, as you bring them back out here and kind of get them together, the one that suits us best to be your champion, that's a young man over here to our left. Really good in terms of his design, profile, yet still good in his feet and legs. Tremendous shape and power as you get up on top of him. Opens up the backside of his blade exceptionally well. Just an awfully nice kind of a barrow here. It gets awfully close between the next pair, and if you will, you want to kind of argue a few things either way, and yet at the same time, the one that most nearly follows that champion in terms of one that's a notch stouter at the ground, really good in terms of openness that he has to the center part of his rib. I'd like to level him just a fraction right in the middle part of his top line. Tremendous kind of an individual. Young lady does a great job. She's going to have a reserve here. Not to take anything away from this one in third, because you take him from his underline up, and you have to be so impressed with him in terms of shape, power, muscle in the upper part of his top line. Good kind of dimension as you get to the top of his hip, center and lower part of his ham. You get down at the ground. I just like for the mass and power that he has up high, stouting him in terms of his bone, foot size, maybe stouting him just a little right there at his jaw as well in order to move him up any higher. The Hoda comes out next, another one, and tremendous in terms of overall shape and expression in the upper part of his top line. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He's probably the one that gets a little more uncoordinated off of his hind tooth. Like to loosen him out of his hip, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently. We can do that, just give him a little more comfort across the ring. We can move him up in class. Well presented gilt that comes out next. Tremendous power in this gilt, lots of dimension in her. She of the top five, I thought was the shortest strided off of her hind leg. Like to lengthen her hip, flex her out her hock differently. Love the silhouette of that one. Love the shape and expression in that one. We just got to have her get another gear out here in order to move up any higher. Young lady brings a barrow here that's got a tremendous amount of good in him. When you talk about one that's extended up through his front end, bold in the center part of his rib. Love the bone and foot size him. Another one that gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip. Kind of wants to tuck that hind leg just a little more than what you'd term ideal. Young man's barrow that comes out next is maybe one that you really like in terms of center body. Opened up in the center part of his rib. Right kind of condition over his rib. Get off to the side. Just like to see him a little taller at the point of his shoulder. Like to give him just a little more different kind of a look from the side. A little more extended look up through his front end. Trim him up in his throat latch in order to move him up in class. Well presented barrow that comes out next, shapely, expressive as you get up on top of him. Maybe another one you likes to twist out of his hind leg just a little more than ideal, like to loosen him out of his hip, change how he goes off of his hind tooth in order to move up in class. Young lady brings a barrow next. It's really good in terms of the center part of his rib, the openness that he has to the center part of his body. Maybe one that's pushing the envelope for me in terms of a cover standpoint, like to harden him just a fraction right there in his elbow pocket. Longer the drive wears on. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder, like to lay him back in his front end in order to move him up any higher today. Young lady's barrow that comes out next, great from a silhouette and pattern standpoint. Maybe one that gets a little flatter in his overall rib, just like to bold him in the center part of his body in order to move him up. Excellent class of Chesters. Let's congratulate them.
Results out of your Class 1 and only class of Chesters. First goes to Braden Lancaster, Kentucky. Second goes to Kinley Hill, Indiana. Third goes to Charlie Morris, Indiana. Fourth goes to Caleb Stevenson, Oklahoma. And fifth goes to Carson Kokenauer, Indiana. We are now showing Class 1 Durocs. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
So far, every class in this division is kind of shook up just a little bit differently, and that's kind of reflected with the way we send them to the pen and maybe the speed we put things together. This is a class that honestly came together very, very logically as they came in the ring there from the get-go, and we redrove them and kind of confirmed some things, and they kind of stay in that same order. The young man needs to win, and again, I think one of those that wins fairly easily for me. We can nickel and dime and say we could be better here, this one's more here, or whatever, but on an individual basis, that one's a very good kind of a market hog that's got a good look up front. He's a level design, big-bodied one that's sound. He's comfortable. He's not the most aggressive in terms of muscularity or stoutness that we've seen, but I like his maturity for where we fit. I love his comfort level, and I think a very well-presented kind of a barrow there. I'd like to strengthen his front feet just a bit, and that's where the barrow that comes in too, I like quite a bit better, because we can have them tall-shouldered and still have some cushion and still keep some stability at the surface, and this barrow does that. I like, again, this one's a maturity pattern, extension, frame size, and that may be kind of faux pas to say these days that we like them a little bigger framed. I do, and we're still in the lightweight division. This one looks like he could go to a heavier weight there for sure. This barrow here's got a good shape in terms of a deep ditch running down his back, a very genuine look in terms of condition. At the same time, I rate him a little drier about his flank, a little harder at the top of his blade. When he comes at you, he wants to narrow just a bit, and even though he's got a lot of raw shape up top. He's a little flatter in his upper body compared to the one that beat him, or even the gilt that comes in 3. This was the first one that we sent to the catch pins there, the placing pins, if you will, and she was kind of the Lone Ranger for a long time, and we knew she'd be up in the top part of the class. There's no doubt this is the heaviest skeleton one, the stoutest featured, and the biggest legged one. She's still got a lot of dimension of muscle, and I think gilt that fits this lightweight group. The problem for me there was she looks like she may be kind of done there from a maturity standpoint, and she's a little deeper about her throat. Her neck ties in the middle of her blade a bit more at the top of her shoulder, like we'd like them to be there. And the longer we drove them, she did want to get a little tougher in her hip and her rear leg, but still, that's a great big rear leg, and she's got lots of dimension there. A well-presented kind of a gilt there that was always at the top part of the class. If we could make this one just more comfortable and not miss those front steps there, I think we could change some things, because again, the skull shape I love. He's a level design kind of a barrow there that reads very genuine, extremely square in his build. I like his condition, frame size, and where he fits in this particular set. As we just said, though, he's a little flatter about his feet, and primarily what grabs him is he just wants to miss them front steps and not nearly as comfortable as what he needs to be up in the top trio. Kind of switch gears. We got a really comfortable barrow here that comes next. He came in. I thought, well, this is going to be one of those practical, deep-centered, kind of soft, pliable, useful kind of a barrows there. We'll work him up high in this particular class, and he still gets high in a competitive class there. At the same time, when we stepped in behind him, we just got a bit more disappointed. From muscularity, he gets just a bit plainer, a little plainer, more general about his front end, but primarily just got him a notch more muscle. Big back barrow, he's got more muscle as he leaves you, wants to bow at his hock and get a little flatter in his rib design. And we kind of run this class as we peel him out there, very similar to before. We've got enough power, we've got enough mass, we've got well-presented kind of a pigs there. For me, from just a skeletal quality standpoint, need to be a notch more flexible and built just a bit better. But still, awesome class. We're going to have a really good division. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Results out of lightweight crossbred, Class 4, first and topping the class from Ohio, Owen Russell. Second, Cheyenne Dawson, Arkansas. Third, Quentin Lyons, Arkansas. Fourth, Haley Wells, Ohio. And fifth, Will Exum, Arkansas. We are now ready to show for our champion in reserve lightweight crossbred in Ring B. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Gavin Young, also from Indiana. Out of class number 2, congratulations to Emily Lyons from Arkansas. Second in that class was Olivia Naylor from Indiana. Out of class number 3, congratulations to Carson Kokenauer from Indiana. Second in that class was Maya Holderly, also from Indiana. And out of our just completed class number 4, congratulations to Owen Russell from Ohio. Second in that class was Cheyenne Dawson from Arkansas. If you would, please put your hands together for each of these exhibitors as they drive for your champion in reserve lightweight crossbred.
Interesting class. A lightweight Duroc's here to work through, and as we get up here in the top end, I guess there's areas and ways that each one of them kind of excel the others, and yet maybe one or two things you'd like to change just a little bit or tweak just a little bit about each one of them, if you will. Young ladies bear that we start with is the one that I just keep coming back to in terms of one that's stout-skulled, heavy-boned, big-footed, still gets out and handles himself exceptionally well in terms of his feet and legs on either end of his skeleton, combines that with shape, muscle, dimension as you get up on top and behind him. To me, I'm just the most comfortable with him in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. Love that thing's shape and power as well. To me, the young ladies bear most nearly follows him as well as far as the ball in second in terms of one that's kind of got that heads-up attitude as you get up off to the side. Tall-shouldered kind of a bear. Still yet has tremendous shape and power in the upper part of his skeleton, like the center body in him in terms of his depth of body, flank. Doesn't track quite as wide from his hock to the ground as he goes away. Probably the longer the drive wears on, maybe takes just a slight bit of more of a rigid kind of a step out of his hind two. We can loosen him there just a fraction. We can make that pair even closer. Like a lot of things about the bear that we have here in three, another one in terms of being opened up in the center part of his body. Still yet got a stout in terms of his skull. Like that about him. Again, one that gets a little more tangled up off of his hind two than maybe what you'd term ideal as the drive went on. Gets a little shorter out of his hip, a little rigid out of his hock than maybe what you'd term ideal. Young lady does a dynamic job driving this one that comes out next. One that's extended up through his front end, really good in the center part of his body, depth of body and flank. Another one that maybe wants to push the envelope in terms of his hind leg placement, kind of wants to push his hock just a little further outside than what you'd like to square him up there and we can move him up. Young ladies bear that comes out next. So many good things from you. Talk about one that's great in terms of his balance from the side, his eye pull from the side. One that gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body than what you'd term ideal. Like to drop him in his flank, just a little more condition through the center part of his body. He too's one as you get down at the ground, maybe raise him up on his front feet, gets a little softer on his pasterns than what you'd term ideal. Young man's got a thick muscular bear that comes out next. Lots of power, lots of shape in him. Longer the drive wears on, this one just gets too rigid out of his hind leg. Like to lengthen him out of his hip, have him get out and go just a hair easier. If we could just give that guy a more comfortable kind of a stride, we could definitely move him up in class. Good body, kind of a bear that comes out next. Tremendous shape in him. Gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder. You study him in terms of the crest that he has in the neck and poll. Like to trim him up there, give him just a little different kind of a look throughout his neck, then up through his front end in order to move up. Come down here in 8, 9, and 10. Still yet a tremendous class all the way through. Stout muscular bear that would like to see him move just a hair differently off of his hind leg. Young lady's got a very well presented gilt, and talk about balance and shape. Gets a little more pinched there at her ham loin, a little rounder in her muscle pattern as you go back behind her. And the young lady's bear that comes out. Tall shouldered, extended kind of a bear. Just simply need a little more muscle in him in order to move up. If you would, put your hands together for these kids in class 1. They've done an excellent job.
Results out of our just completed Class 1 Durocs. First goes to Bailey Sliger, Indiana. Second goes to Elizabeth Baker, Indiana. Third goes to Kyler Bryant, Arkansas. Fourth goes to Haley Nelson, Indiana. And fifth goes to Brecken Dreyer, Illinois.
Well, Division One, it was a great way to kick off the Crossbred Market Hog Show, and as we said, we never know exactly what's going to hit the gate and hit these green chips and come in. I knew they would be well presented. I knew they would be shown well, fit well. There would be emphasis. There's not an easy show, easy class, easy division anymore, and these four kiddos did an awesome job, as well as the seconds behind, and several of those classes went any deeper. If you would, go ahead and put your hands together, congratulate them. They've got a class winner at the North American, and that's a big deal in its own. When Ryan comes over, I really was thrilled that he was going to be on the other side of the fence there, and even though we're not working all the way through, we agreed this morning we wanted to come together on the breeds and divisions and talk, and it's comforting to be able to bounce ideas in the way that we evaluate them with somebody that's as respected as he is, that judges as much and puts together his hogs from a breeding perspective like he does, and we saw him the same way. We see it as a two-horse race, and very indicative of what the lightweight deal was. They're not exactly the same. They just offer some very big advantages, and of the pair for us in this particular division, there's one that fits from a maturity standpoint. Again, as I said, we're never going to call ages because I think we'll look like fools when we do that, but I like this one's youthful look and extension ahead of his shoulder just a bit better than the other. I think he ties in higher in terms of where that neck ties to his shoulder. He's going to be propped up on his front feet just a bit, but boy, this guy is comfortable and very, very good in terms of length of hip and length of stride. I rate his shape, his composition, and everything to be genuine and right in check. The young man out of Class 4 has our champion lightweight. Let's give him a big hand.
Your champion lightweight crossbred is driven by Mr. Owen Russell from Ohio. That drops in Cheyenne Dawson from Arkansas for reserve contention.
Very attractive show barrow comes in next in terms of just height, the shoulder, and look. He mimics that one that we just named champion, and at the same time, there's give and take between the two black ones there. They're all fairly stout. We could change the rear leg movement just a bit, but we said we're not going to single trait anything all day, and they were comfortable enough and athletic enough to win those particular classes there. The one that just was second to our champion, we'd like to open him up underneath just a bit more. Boy, love his look and love his shape up top. We called it a two-horse race, and there's another one that's a man out here in terms of substance, mass, body shape, and power. Love him when he goes away from you. Let's give this young lady in the black sweater a big round of applause. That's our reserve champion light.
Your reserve lightweight comes out of class number 3. Congratulations, Carson Kokenauer from Indiana. We're now showing medium weight crossbreds class 1. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring A. Champions and reserves. Champions and reserves in your divisions or breed must get a photo at the backdrop. Steve Mapes is set up on the north side, as well as Next Level Imaging on the south side of Ring B. Steve Mapes on the north side of Ring A. Next Level Imaging, south side, Ring B. Thank you.
We move into the middleweight division here with a really nice class, and obviously we're not going to come to the microphone every time that we release them, but this is probably as many high quality ones that we've had headed back to the barns that look like market hogs in terms of shape and muscularity. I think composition is right, maturity fits. It looked like we went up a division here, and the kids are doing a great job. I just thought they deserve to come to the microphone and tell them that I do think there's a nice set of pigs out here. For me, what ended up drawing the line, we've got a couple that we could maybe change just a bit, but from a structural aspect, we need to free them up just a nickel, make them just a bit more athletic in their go, but still, good set of pigs, a really good way to kick off this middleweight division. Let's put our hands together for them, wish them all good luck there down the road. Congratulations today, y'all did a very nice job.
Very, very fun class of reds to work through, and as we get these three, I thought it within this contemporary group kind of move themselves to the forefront, so we sent them to the scales and let them park for just a little bit. With that said, the one that wins, I think, could walk back to Oklahoma because, I mean, this thing can get out and go. He's great in terms of his angles, the way he gets out. Love the length and the extension that he has off of his hind leg and the way he kicks that hock out behind him. Good kind of shape and power, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow. Nice hog here to win this class. The one we have in two, I think, most nearly follows him because as we went through the gates, this one come out. Here is one heavy bone, big-footed, stout, rugged kind of an individual, like all those things about him. The longer the drive wears on, this guy gets a little more timid, a little straighter up through his shoulder, doesn't get out and take quite as free of a kind of a stride off of his hind leg. I think it's because he's just a notch shorter in terms of his length of hip, but still yet a big-bladed, big-bodied kind of a barrow, heavy bone, big-footed, stout-made kind of a rascal. Nice kind of a hog to have here in second. Underlined up, I like a lot of things about the young lady's red gill. Extended up through her front end, comes out of the back side of her blade exceptionally well. Good kind of dimension as you get back through her hip and back through her ham and stifle. Get down at the ground. I just got to widen her as she comes to us and goes away, stouten her up in her bone and foot in order to move her up any higher. We do those things with her, we can make it a little more of a three-horse race. The hog that comes out next, another one that you like in terms of her extension up through her front end, laid back in her shoulder and knee exceptionally good. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. Down at the ground, down at the surface, once again, need to see her just a notch stouter in terms of her bone, foot. You get to watching her go away, and she wants to push the envelope ever so slightly in terms of her hock placement. We can square her up there, make her just a little more true in terms of the way she goes. We can move her up higher. Young lady's barrow here come in the gate, hit me extremely hard because the front two-thirds of this guy I like exceptionally well. He's stout in terms of his skull and his jaw. Love the shape and power right out of the backside of his blade. Really like the dimension in the upper part of his hip. And yet as you get off to the side, he gets a little shorter out of his hip. He gets a little timid in terms of the way he goes off of those hind two. Like to get him out and have his length of stride just a notch better. Kick that hock out behind him just a notch further, and we can move him up in class. Like a lot of things about the young man's barrow that comes out in terms of one that's very productive looking in the center part of his body, in terms of being open the center part of his rib, good kind of condition over his rib, and depth of body and flank is awfully good. You get into this guy just a notch further, and yeah, from the outside, we'd like to raise him up on his front foot. Doesn't hinder him too bad, and yet the longer you study him, he gets a little straighter, a little more upright in that shoulder than what you'd like. Doesn't want to get out and go quite as good as maybe what some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. Same thing can be said for the young man's barrow that comes out next. Another one that's good in terms of his pattern. Center body depth is awfully good. Gets a little softer down on his front foot and pasture. Same can be said off of his hind two as well. You take this one from his shoulder blade back. I like a lot of things about him in terms of being a stout, muscular kind of a barrow, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow. Up through his front end is where I got to change him. Gets a little thicker, a little coarser about his pole and shorter about his neck. Like to change that, give him a little more elite kind of a look up through his front end, and we can move him up in class. Big bodied barrow that comes out next, good in terms of the condition over his rib. Not quite as crisp and shapely right out of the backside of his blade as some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. Another one that we could change up through his neck and pole, and the young lady does a great job of driving this barrow that comes out next. Maybe one within this class. You love the pattern up, just simply needs a little more dimension of muscle all the way through. Excellent class of middleweight Durocs. Let's congratulate them.
Well, I think an awesome class on the crossbred side here, and we break into another division, and honestly on the top end, I think we turned it up even that much higher. And these three guys right here, they were the three that we get to the pen quickly. They're the three that go to the scales, and we let them rest for just a second and bring them back out here. All three of these guys do a phenomenal job driving them. They're fit extremely well. They fit and I think are very, very competitive. It comes together fairly logically for me, and the one that wins, I guess, if you're ringside or you see these trio here, if you didn't know that this one was going to win, we probably haven't done a good enough job of communicating at other shows or today. I love that one's look ahead of his shoulder. I love his athleticism, his ability to reach and go and flex extremely good, and he still ties plenty of width coming at you. He's got a monster back that not only is big out of his blade, it ties deep on his side there. His loin dimensions are tremendous. He's uniform in his body depth. He's round in his full rib shape. That's just a very very good kind of a barrow to win this particular set there. Now, there's no doubt the 1 and 2 is stouter. He's stouter about his mug. He's stouter about his forearm, particularly stouter about his rear leg. And it would just single trade him and say, well, there's the heavy-legged one that's still good in terms of freshness of body and shape. Then we can land it onto him. And he pushes that class winner extremely hard because I still think he's a square-backed one that's square in terms of his pin set. He's a softer muscle kind of a barrow there, and still at the same time, he's got shape up top. When he comes right at you, he wants to deviate at his knee just a nickel and like to square him up in that regard. Because he is a softer muscle kind of a barrow, I read him a little bit blander from behind, and honestly, the longer we drove, I thought he was a little bit slower, a little more cumbersome, maybe just not as athletic out of his rear reach, but still awfully good, stout, burly, really, really good presented kind of a barrow to be in 2. There's just more to the 2 barrows ahead of this one that comes in 3. Young man does an awesome job driving this particular barrow and got after one that's high-headed. His neck ties in right. That one is square at every point of his body. It's a barrow that proportions extremely good here from the side as well. You get in behind him, there's just not as much to him. A little flatter in that regard, maybe a little flatter in his body shape as well, but still very good kind of a barrow to be in 3. This gilt's more aggressive up top. If you just study her back dimension, she's still a gilt there that I read from a balance perspective to fit in the top part of the class. Maybe a little staler about her skin and hair and body, and just didn't have that fresh look that the top trio did. She too read just a little bit shorter at the top of her hip for me, but still awfully good kind of a barrow that was still more comfortable on her front feet than the next barrow here. Honestly, this one I had working up a little bit higher when he first came in class because he was the wide skeleton one that offered a lot of center body cavity. Translate that up, and he's got as much spread up top as any of them in this particular class there. He's a little shorter out of his rump, but primarily we've got to fix his front feet, make him more comfortable in that front step. He's got more center and mass, and particularly more when he goes away from me in the next gilt here. She came in early, and I didn't know where she had quite fit. Young man kept working hard and did an awesome job with one that's got a lot of raw shape. I again want to soften her rear flank in her just a bit, maybe change her off her rear too ever so slightly. Unfortunately, this barrow's not going quite good enough for he'd work in higher, and then we run into some that just from a sheer shape and power standpoint we could fix or maybe change just a bit in a market hog drive. But still, awesome class. Congratulations to each one of those kiddos. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Results out of our just completed Class 2 Durocs. First goes to Cagney Utterback, Indiana. Second, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Third, Harley Mabry, Arkansas. Fourth, Lila Kephart, Indiana. And fifth, Maggie Klein, Indiana. We are now showing Class 3 Durocs. Results out of Class 1 medium weight crossbreds. First goes to Caden Bryant, Arkansas. Second, Colton Kilmer, Indiana. Third, Hayes Platt, Indiana. Fourth, Carson Lynn, Georgia. And fifth, Macy Duncan, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 2 medium weight crossbreds.
We get out here in our heavyweight class of Durocs, and I think maybe there's one that just kind of moves himself up to the lead, if you will, because of the one that wins the class is one that combines shape and muscle and power, and yet still keeps it relatively fresh in terms of his overall presentation and the way he is at the top part of his blade. Sure, we'd like to fill him just a little right there in the center part of his rib, drop him in his flank ever so slightly, and yet he, within this class, he's the one that combines power, shape, dimension, volume, and yet still keeps it in a very functional package in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. Young lady over there on the far side, I think, is one that most nearly follows him in terms of one that's still got some freshness and some shape as you get up on top of him. Good kind of center body depth and flank in him. You know, down at the ground, he's not as stout, not as powerful in terms of his bone, his foot size. We like to change that about him. Along with the drive wears on, he kind of wants to overstride just a little out of his hip and hind leg, like to lengthen him out of his hip, change how he goes from terms of kicking that hawk out behind him just a notch further, but a nice kind of a barrow to land here in second. Young ladies barrow we have here in 3, another one that you like in terms of having some center body, and yet with that said, you get up in the top part of his skeleton, he's probably the one that shows just a little more wear and tear right at his chine. Like to push that back down in him, freshen him right behind his blade, and yet at the same time a good muscular kind of a barrow. Gets a little shorter, a little more jammed up in terms of his neck and crest than maybe what you'd term ideal. Another one you'd like to change just a little out of his hind leg, lengthen his hip, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently in order to move him up. Front 2/3 of the young lady's barrow that comes out next, you have to like extended fronted kind of a barrow, heavy bone, big footed, like those things about him. Gets a little more pinched right there at his hamlong junction. Another one that gets maybe just a little more tangled off of his hind leg than what you'd term ideal. We could loosen him out of his hip, flex how he goes out of his hock just a hair better. We can move him up in class. Young lady does a dynamite job of driving this next one and comes across the ring. Heavy bone, big footed kind of a barrow. Love the stoutness, the skull in this guy. You get into him, and of the top 5, I think he's a little more vanilla in terms of his top shape. When you get up on top of him, he too's one you'd like to change from his hock to the ground as he goes away. Widen in terms of the way he goes. Just give him more width in the lower part of his skeleton. Another barrow that you like from a pattern standpoint that comes out, like the way he's rolled back or laid back in his shoulder and knee, extremely good. Another one, when you get up on top of it, maybe starting to show a little more wear and tear from a weight and age standpoint. Like to freshen him up right behind his blade, get him a little more squareness there in order to move up in class. Another one that you like in terms comes out next in terms of one from a silhouette from the side, extended up through his front end. Like to change his gilt ever so slightly off of her hind two. Kind of wants to get just a little more awkward in terms of where her stance is. Widen her out from her hock down to her foot. She too's one. Maybe you could raise up just ever so slightly in terms of her pasterns on both ends of her skeleton. Raise her up there and we can make her move up in class as well. Another barrow that you like the center body and depth of flank in him. Just simply need a little more shape and power and muscle in. Young lady that comes out next, got a big skeleton kind of a barrow that's a great patterned one from the side. Yet as we get into him, we just like to see a little more muscle volume, open him up through the center part of his rib in order to move up. And the young man's got a very good kind of a barrow. When you talk about shape and expression, you get into this guy just a notch further. He gets a little drier, a little harsher through the center part of his rib, a little flatter in his rib design as well. We could bold him there, put a little more condition over him. We can move him up. Nice class of heavyweight Durocs. Let's congratulate them.
Results out of Class 3, Durocs. First goes to Peyton Ford, Iowa. Second goes to Piper Unger, Indiana. Third goes to Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. Fourth goes to Whitney Stevenson, Indiana. And fifth goes to Lauren Dunaway, Ohio.
I think a good class here, and obviously a top pair that they were very close and rose to the top end of the class pretty handily there. They've got some trade-off and yet at the same time some unique value of the two, and they're the kind of pair there that we talk about just general stoutness and feature and ones that whenever you load up you're excited to show and know that you're going to get along and they cooperate and things go right at the show. But again, there's some give and take, and I just continually come back to the young ladies barrel here and and again, I hate to start off with any negatives there on one that's this good, but he'd be one if we were driving him in the yard and the kids were there. I'd say if they call him long enough hipped, we can win and win big, and that's still his issue when we come out here. But man, where he's good, he's awesome. That is one stout, rugged barrow there in terms of skull and feature. He's square in terms of his knee and his front foot than the barrow into. He has got a big back, and I think more genuine as he comes out of his blade than the one right behind him. He's very symmetrical in his look. He's level and collected in his top line. He's square out of his hip and square going away from you. I just want his hip to be just a bit longer. That is one monster hairy back leg as well. I know those are just added things to talk about, but it's a show ring setting, and he's got some neat things to work with for sure. Young man gave that one a run for his money, and there's no doubt that this has the clear-cut advantage in terms of length of hip, not only at the top portion of his rump there, but from his stifle back, and that allows him to take a longer, and I call it more flexible and more functional rear leg step. I like this barrow in terms of just his density of body and feature. He's got a great big forearm and working in him as well, and by no means, even when you compare him to the other one, could we call that one anything but a stout, heavy-duty kind of a barrow there. I think we get him from the side, and you read him with just a notch more crest there. He maybe wants to fall apart in his top line and not stay quite as collected in his spine. Where he ultimately got beat is when you get him behind him, start setting him up top, he's just a bit blander. You get him behind him, he wants to rotate out of his hock just ever so slightly. We're being really critical on, again, a top pair, probably as close to the decision that we've had there. Both of those young people should be commended for doing a nice job and bringing a nice pair of barrows out here. Calico ends up in 3, and again, on individual merit, I knew he'd be working his way up to in the top part of the class. A very proportionate kind of a barrow that still has some height to shoulder. He's more modern in his length of body, but I don't read him too quick. He's got a big back, deep center there as well. I thought he got off to the side. He was a little bit frailer about his feature and rear leg. He too wants to round out of his hip and just not balance quite as well as what the top pair did, but still a very good kind of a barrow there. This is the kind of barrow there around the barn there. You'd say, well, that Kelton will like pretty good because he's tall fronted, he's high headed, his neck carriage is good, he's leveled down his top line, leveled in his underline as well, and he's sound and athletic. We get on the big stage and in here, as much as I admire those things about him, he's got to be stouter about his skull and jaw. He's got to be bigger than his rear leg size as well. The bear that comes in next has got a monster back. The young lady did an awesome job again presenting this calico barrow here. Very dimensional in her center cavity. A more moderate frame kind of a barrow that I read just a little bit chubbier from a condition standpoint. He could be stoutened up right at the surface to match that mass up top. Change the structure on this guy, and he's got some neat pieces for sure that are very well fitted kind of a barrow there. Stout one here that needs to be better at the crest of his neck and maybe going away from you. Again, change some structural aspects of the ones that round out the top 10. That was an awesome class. Tremendous top pair. Congratulations to those kids.
We are now ready to show for champion Duroc at the 2022 North American. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations to Bailey Sliger from Indiana. Second in that class was Elizabeth Baker, also from Indiana. Coming out of class number 2, congratulations to Cagney Utterback from Indiana. Second in that class was Kinley Hill, also from Indiana. Out of your just completed class number 3, congratulations to Peyton Ford from Iowa. Second in that class was Piper Unger from Indiana. If you would, please put your hands together for each of these exhibitors as they drive for champion Duroc Barrow. Your results out of your medium weight crossbreds class 2. First goes to Haley Van Opdorf, Illinois. Second goes to Camden Platt, Indiana. Third goes to Coy Craig, Oklahoma. Fourth, Riley Homan, Arkansas. And fifth goes to Maya Coates, Florida.
Very good set of these class winners that we bring back to pick your champion Duroc. And again, not to take anything away from anything throughout the Red Show, but as we bring them back together, I think there's one that just kind of checks a lot of things in terms of putting everything together, in terms of one that's stout, one that's balanced, one that's sound, one that's functional. Awfully nice kind of a barrow. Young lady wins that middleweight class will have your champion.
Your champion Duroc Barrow comes out of class number 2. Congratulations to Cagney Utterback from Indiana. Mediumweight crossbreds, class 3.
Out here for the reserve, I think it gets a notch closer, and as we sit down and kind of break them apart, I guess not to take away from one, but it gets somewhat close between a pair of them. There's one that's stout and muscular, and you really like the shape and expression as you get up on top of him. You know, maybe he wants to change just a little bit in terms of his gait off of his hind leg the longer he's been out here. And then we bring the second place in that class, and as we talk to him in that class, one, it's incredible in terms of the shape to his skull, bone, and foot size, the openness that he has to the center part of his body. You know, maybe it's a little hard on him and said maybe you could just change him ever so slightly up through his shoulder, and yet that's being awful picky on one that comes out and still has good kind of range of motion. The one that suits us second best, the second place in that class will be reserve.
Your reserve champion Duroc is driven by Miss Kinley Hill from Indiana.
I don't know if the numbers were quite as deep in this class, but there's probably as uniform of a set of them that we've had thus far. If you walked up here close and said, well, these are the ones headed back to the barn, you'd probably definitely ask what we had in the pen, because there's still quality individuals here that have a good look. They've got plenty of muscularity and shape there. Again, as we talked about several different times, it's where you draw the line in terms of a comfort level, flexibility, and skeletal quality there, and these are just maybe on the wrong side in a competitive class here, but it definitely doesn't change the fact that they've got quality and great set of exhibitors. Put your hands together for them as they head back there to the pens once again.
We've just got one class of Hampshires here today, and yet still, again, not to reiterate exactly what Kelton just got through saying, but even on the Hampshire side here, there's a lot of places you go that you could have one of these that we still have out in the ring and be glad you did, as hard as to name your champion at a jackpot show or something. A lot of close kind of calls out here in terms of hogs that are opened up, still got good kind of body and flank, maybe just kind of redirect them just a little bit in terms of their feet and legs. But again, kids are working extremely hard. Great set of Hampshires here. Please give them a round of applause. We'll let them go back to the barn.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting ring B.
We roll those top four back out here, and they kind of come together exactly how I thought they would as we send them to the scales. We've got a go-away winner for me. That's stout, wide, powerful, dense in his look, and bulky in his build, and still at the same time easily the most athletic one. To be ideal, for me, that's as moderate as I like them. We could tuck him just a nickel. I hate it when judges get up here and be critical on ones that win that easily. That's a very good pig that the young man did a great job showing. Congratulations to him. The black one ends up in 2, and I probably like his condition even that much better. I really like his dimension that he has up top. It starts at the very forefront of his loin. He carries that down into his hip there, extremely good. And at the same time, when you get in behind him, he's a little flatter. He's a little flatter about his stifle, a little bit, wants to funnel just a bit to the base of his ham. And at the same time, that is one stout-legged, tall-shouldered, neat barrow from a proportionality standpoint. Again, the young lady did a great job driving him. Young lady in 3, this is one of those that when he first came in, he was a little sluggish. I didn't think he was just going to be comfortable enough as we start to total him out and decide where this one fits. He needs to be in the top end of the class. That one fits my speed, my style in terms of look and design, height the shoulder, and attractiveness ahead of his blade. And then uniquely in this particular set there, he ties that with as big of a chest floor, as dimensional of a blade there working in him there, and still at the same time he's got a big spread up top. Ultimately, what I didn't like at the beginning and the onset of the class is what got him beat. He needs to get and go with more athleticism. He needs to be stouter and bigger in terms of his foundation right at the surface, but still very, very good kind of a barrow. The young lady drove for a long time and definitely deserved to be up top. The blue barrow is actually deeper in terms of his ditch and more aggressive about his back shape. He's a long body barrow, but he makes it work because everything blends good enough. Everything fits together extremely well. I don't know from a proportionality standpoint, though, it fits quite as well. Comparatively, the ones there below, I thought he came in a few more pieces in terms of just bone work not matching up top. He may be one of those that has shape and expression of muscle, but I didn't think his spread was quite as good as the 3 right ahead of him. Good kind of a barrow there. This is a tough class. Young lady does a great job showing them, and definitely had a nice blue barrow to be up in the mix. Next barrow here, we just want to smash his spine down and make him more flexible in his top line. He's a rounder bodied barrow, and I like his forerib dimension just a bit better. He mirrors that with having more chest floor and blade coming right at you. He reads as a stout featured kind of a barrow for me. Again, level his top line, make him better out of his hip and his rear leg, and the story changes for sure because he's got a lot of unique quality. His body shape's what placed him over the blue one here. Again, lack of better terms, or maybe just sounding like a broken record, I bet there at that backdrop, this one will take a killer picture. He actually truly runs uphill, is dead level down his top line, and very, very high in terms of where he sets his tail. He's one of those that needs to be looser on the go. He gets a pretty tight and restricted off of either end there. This was a tough class. We redrove those top 12 there. We've got good kind of a barrows here. They've got a genuine in their shape. They're correct in terms of their fit and maturity pattern for this particular stage here. Again, structure's what sorted this particular class as we work the way down. That was a good drive. Congratulations to those kids. Compliments to each one of them.
fun class of Hampshires here to work through, and I think as you get up here in these top five, there's awfully good kind of pieces, and yet the one that I just keep coming back to, I think the one that puts the most good together for me is the young man's barrow here. You talk about one that is extremely fresh and shapely right down his top line. Love the squareness right out of the backside of his blade, the dimension as you get back behind him. Combines that with a very good balanced look from the side. His openness to the center part of his body is, I think, where he edges over the one that we have here in two. Like a lot of things about this one that wins. The one that we have in second, another one that you'd have to be appreciative of in terms of bone and foot size. Really good in terms of his eye appeal from the side. Tall shouldered, extended up through his front end. Sure, we'd like to clean him up just a little bit from behind, but as this all comes right to you in comparison with him and the barrow that wins, just need to bust him open just a notch better through the base of his chest floor, widen him out at his knee. He too may be one that gets just a fraction flatter at his rib than what we'd term ideal. Young lady's barrow that comes next, another one that you like from a balance standpoint, eye appeal standpoint. He's sound and flexible in terms of his feet and legs on either end of his skeleton. Gets a little drier right there in the middle part of his top line. Gets a little drier to the middle part of his body. Probably hitting a little bit of that upper weight range, if you will. We could just freshen him there. We could stouten him up as well in terms of his bone and foot ever so slightly. Your young lady's dog that comes out next is just so practical in terms of one that's wide-bodied, opened up in the center part of his rib, good in terms of his dimension of muscle as you get on top and behind him. Like those things about him. Along with the drive wears on, he wants to wear down just a little more out of his shoulder and front end. We could change him in that regard, and yet one that you have to be so impressed with the freshness of the center part of his body, the opening that he has to the center part of his rib. Young lady's gilt that comes out next, another one that's extended up through her front end, tall shoulder, like that about her exceptionally well. Gets a little more pinched right there at her ham-long junction, along with the drive wears on, gets just a little more awkward out of her hind leg, a little more rigid out of her hind tooth than what you'd term ideal. We could flex her hair differently, change a little of that wrinkle look she has in her top line. We can move her up. Underline up on the barrow that comes out next, awfully good. Big kind of center rib, good kind of condition over his rib. Depth of body and flank is tremendous. Down at the ground, we need to stouten him up in terms of his bone, foot size, widen him out as he comes right to us through the base of his chest floor. We could do those things there. We could definitely move him up in class. Extremely well presented barrow that comes out next, and you take him from basically the front 2/3 you like from the side. He's extended up through his front end. He's tall shouldered. He's one that you really like the shape right out of the backside of his blade. He gets a little tight right there at his ham-long junction. More than anything, he gets too restricted out of his hind tooth, gets a little more rigid out of his hock placement. Flex him there, we can move him up in class. Young lady's got a great profiling kind of a barrow that comes out next. Sound and functional in his movement. Just simply put, we got to have a little more muscle in this guy all the way through. Widen him out, lower part of his skeleton, give him more shape and power to the center, lower part of his ham in order to move up in class. As we come out here in 9 and 10. Another barrow that I think I probably will say he's got along awfully good earlier in his career, if you will, because that is a good pattern one that's still got good shape, and yet he's getting a little drier, a little harsher through the middle part of his rib than what you'd term ideal. Young man's got a thick, muscular kind of a barrow. We just got to see him a little more coordinated on either end of his skeleton. Fun class of Hampshires here. Let's congratulate them.
Results out of our just completed Class 3 medium weight crossbreds. First goes to Braden Powers, Wisconsin. Second, Carson Kokenauer, Indiana. Third, Kendall Key, Arkansas. Fourth, Harley Mabry, Arkansas. Fifth, Lizzie Mabry, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 4 medium weight crossbreds. Results out of our Hampshire division. First and champion goes to Braden Lancaster, Kentucky. Second and reserve goes to Clara Leach, Indiana. Third, Morgan Russmeyer, Illinois. Fourth, Scarlett Farr, Indiana. And fifth goes to Alex Steffi, Indiana. We are now showing Class 1 in the only class of Herefords. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
Man, what a good class here, and particularly a top pair trio. However we look at it, it kind of fell through there fairly logically, and the speed that we go in terms of name and placings, the speed that we come to the microphone, I hope that is absolutely never construed that it's not as good, it's not as high quality, or it's not as tough, because there's some really good market hogs in this particular ring, and the class does run deep, as we said, and I'm always committed when I know where they're going to be placed. I'm pulling the trigger and going, and we were going to start with the gilt when she entered the ring. We talk about them being stout, we talk about them being burly, we talk about them being rugged, and I love all of those extras and all of those things. I'm never going to single trait those stoutness priorities, but when we can do them and we can still lay them on a skeleton this good, then I think we've got to latch on to. Not only is she stout about her head, wide between her eyes, and stout about her jaws, she's scripted about that throat latch there as well. At the same time, for a stout, wide, powerful one, her neck still ties high in terms of her shoulder. She's very good and genuine in terms of back shape. That is a big in and a monster pin set. I still think she's very deliberate, very good in terms of her surface, and a very, very good kind of a gilt there. Now the height, the shoulder advantage comes in the one that is second, and I like this one from the side extremely well. Again, we pulled the trigger fast, but this is a very good kind of a barrow there that I'd be proud to drive, proud to breed, and proud to present out here. Again, proportionality is awesome. Levelness design is incredibly good. He's a level hipped kind of a barrow there that's still good out of his hip and his rear leg set. I think if we can design their rear structure like him, we'd be in a lot better place in the pig industry right now. Again, I really like that barrow's extra body and dimension that he has. He's not as stout as the gilt and not as overpowering when he comes right at you. The black-headed barrow needs to fall in 3. That one fits my speed in terms of just look, design, raw shape, and muscle expression there. At the same time he gets a little harder in his look and harder in his rib, he could be softened up in his rear structure as well, comparatively to that top two. But again, that top trio hit the scales pretty hard for me. Bowman came in late, and we went in and sent him the pins. I didn't know exactly where he had fit, but I think just from a design and, again, structural quality standpoint, he needs to be in the top end of the class there. He's a barrow there that's good in his top line and long out of his hip. Everything blends together extremely smoothly and seamlessly there, if you will. I don't remember as fresh about his skin, his hair, fresh about his look up front, nearly as stout and powerful as that top trio there. He just balanced and came together from the side better than the Calico here. That is denser, he is bulkier, he is a stouter made kind of a barrow there. At the same time, he's got a little more crest, a little more up top, and a little deeper kind of his throat set there. He needs to be more collected in his top line and leveler out of his rump when you get him on a profile going away from you. That's a lot of dimension, a very stout kind of a barrow there, and I still read that one very functional in terms of his step there. Reset the front end design, and this next guy, I think he can move up. He mimics a lot of the ones that we've had in the top part of the class from a proportionality standpoint, freshness of body, freshness of look, and stoutness of feature. Again, we've got to lay that shoulder back on his body more comfortably, set him back in terms of his forearm and knee set just a nickel as well. Again, we just kind of ran into a few things we'd like to alter structurally, but there's a powerful set of market hogs leaving the ring right here. We're kind of midway in the group, and the quality continually gets tough. Kids are doing an awesome job. Let's show them how much we appreciate it. Great big round of applause. They head back.
Results out of our just completed Class 4 medium weight crossbreds. First goes to Reagan Denton from Georgia. Second goes to Colton Kephart, Indiana. Third goes to Steven Sanders from Oklahoma. Fourth goes to Riley Homan, Arkansas. Fifth goes to Quentin Lyons, Arkansas. We are now showing Class 5 medium weight crossbreds. Evaluating your purebreds in Ring A is Mr. Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Ryan is a nutritional support specialist for Show Right Show Feeds. Ryan and his wife Wendy and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, raising Chester, Duroc, and crossbred show pigs and breeding stock. Ryan has judged many state and national shows across the country. If you would, please put your hands together for Mr. Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. In Ring B, we have Mr. Kelton Mason from Montgomery, Texas. Kelton works for Lidner Show Feed, as well as being the owner and the operator of the Stud Show Pigs, where they run 100 crossbred sows and a small boar stud. Kelton is a graduate of Texas A&M University and a member of the national champion livestock judging team, and he also coached 2 years at his time at Texas A&M. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kelton Mason from Texas.
fun class of Herefords here to work through, and as we get up here in the top end, I think subtle differences kind of keep going back and forth in my mind, and yet the one that I keep coming back to that I think more mimics what Kelton and I've tried to do all day long is the one that we start the class with. Here's one that's not only good in terms of her pattern, but still yet combines that with muscle shape and power and just flexibility on either end of her skeleton, combines that with some bone and foot size. Really good kind of a gilt when you talk about pattern wise, and just the longer the drive wears on. This one stays collective in terms of the way she's put together, stays collective in terms of her length of stride on either end of her skeleton. The barrow we have in two, front 2/3 of this one. When he hit the gate, I thought it was going to win the class quite easily because I love this kind of extra power and shape, particularly out of the backside of this one's blade. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He wants to get just a little higher, a little tighter right there in his hamloin hookup than what you'd term ideal. He too, the longer the drive wears on, gets just a little rounder out of his hip, doesn't want to get out in stride, quite as flexible off of his hind two as that one that wins the class. Dark colored kilt that we have here in three, so many things that you like about in terms of one that's being tall shouldered, extended up through her front end, still yet combines that with good muscle shape and power. You get back behind this one, and of the top trio, wants to close a little more from her hock to the ground. She's not as stout in terms of her bone and foot size as those two that precede her in class. We could just stouten her up down at the ground to match that kind of mass and shape that she has in the upper part of her skeleton. Good bodied bear that comes out next. You talk about one that's opened up in the center part of his rib. Good kind of depth of body and flank in him. He's maybe one you'd like to change as he comes right to you. Like to widen him out through his chest floor. Have him just a little bigger blade, a little bigger forearm. He gets just a little more apex up in his top end in order to move up any higher. Good bear that comes out next. Another one that you like in terms of being very productive in the center part of his body. Good kind of shape and then down at the ground. This one gets a little frailer, if you will, in terms of his bone and foot size. Need to stouten him up there, just give him a little more feature in order to move up in class. We'll start coming down through here in 6 and 7. We got a pair of hogs that are wide-bodied, opened up in the center part of the rib exceptionally well. Both of these get a little more tangled off of their hind two than what you'd term ideal. We can lengthen them out of their hip, flex them out of her hind leg of hair differently, like the extension of the young lady's bear, just a notch better than the one that we had down here in 7. The one that comes out in 8, 9, and 10, we can kind of start letting them come on. Good bodied gilt that comes out in 8. Really good from the side when you talk about profile. Get into this one. I need to change her off of her hind two. Then gets a little more vanilla, if you will, in terms of the shape and power she has down her top line. Give her just a little more dimension of muscle right in the lower part of her ham and stifle. 9 and 10, still muscular bears. Both of them would like to change just a little bit in terms of their flexibility, in terms of the way they get out and go. Nice class of Herefords here. Let's congratulate them.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring. Thank you. Results out of your Hereford division. First goes to Nick Albach, Indiana. Second goes to Allison Liggett, Indiana. Third goes to R.J. Ayers, Indiana. Fourth, Kian McWhirter, Indiana. And fifth, Gage Posey, Indiana. Your champion in the Hereford division, congratulations to Nick Albach. Reserve, Allison Liggett. We're now showing Class 1 Landrace.
Good class here once again to work through, and I think these three kind of move themselves to the front end of the class quite easily. And yet, with that said, if you stand right here and you watch these three come right out of the gate, that's where the one that wins the class wins, in terms of one that's extremely bold and wide through his chest floor, bold in his blade and forearm, combines that with extra shape and power as you get up on top of him. He's opened the center part of his rib exceptionally good, keeps those same advantages you get back behind him and watch him go in terms of the power and dimension. You know, maybe you could loosen him ever so slightly right there on his hind leg, and yet just outmasses a lot of the other ones that we have in this class from a power standpoint. Nice barrow here to have to win this class. Barrow in second. Love this guy from a silhouette from the outside. Balance and eye appeal is awfully good. Down at the ground, I don't know if he's quite as stout in terms of his bone and foot size. He gets a little flatter through the center part of his rib in comparison with the one that wins the class, particularly as he comes right to you. Just like to square him up from his knee down to his foot, from his blade knee to foot. Just give him more width there in order to move up any higher. Young ladies, barrow we have down here in 3. Another one that you like from being very productive from the side. Like that about him exceptionally well in terms of his center body. Get up to the side though. Like to change him through his head and neck, particularly the crest and pole that he has. We can just thin his pole out, extend his neck just a fraction, makes that a little closer to go up any higher. He too within the top trio is another one like to see just a notch more power and dimension right through the seat of his britches in order to move him up any higher. The barrow that comes out next, love the power and dimension as you get up on top of this one. Lots of shape, lots of dimension. Gets a little more pinched right there at his hamloin junction, a little more timid off of his hind two. He too's one that maybe wants to push the envelope in terms of where he is in his elbow and forearm up through his front end. Wants to roll that front foot just a little more than ideal. Square him there and we can move him up in class. Good barrow that comes out next here once again in terms of being stout in his features, stout in his skull. Like that about him. You get up on top of this guy and I just don't see quite as much of him. Like to bold him up right behind his blade, bolden him up in the center part of his rib in order to move up in class. We come down through here once again, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Again, hogs have got a tremendous amount of good and quality to them. Change them just a little bit in terms of their length of hip, the way they stride off of their hind two. Come down here in 9 and 10. Again, very well presented kind of barrows. Hogs would like to see just a little more muscle shape, a little more muscle power. Nice class of Landrace here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Well, I like this class a lot, and if you're ringside, you can definitely tell the depth. You can tell how much emphasis was put on the set of pigs there, all the way from top to the bottom. And as we said so many times there, when you load up and come to Louisville, you're probably expecting to get along really good with all of this set. We ended up pinning quite a few of them, and I thought it was going to be fairly close as we peeled them out there, and things it kind of came together and sorted out. But it is an awesome set of pigs, a great set of exhibitors. Again, as I was anticipating coming to the show and laying in bed last night, this is what I envisioned. And so congratulations to them. Compliments to these two young ladies right up here. This is probably as close of a pair in terms of type and kind that we've been able to tie into at the top end of the class. They're both wide skeletoned. They're both bulky centered kind of a hogs there that have muscle. They've got mass. They've got proportionality and balance because everything fits together, and they look like they fit in this particular class and this particular weight. They've made big enough hogs there that maintained power and mass. The differences are fairly small, and yet at the same time I think they separate each other. The young lady that ended up winning the class is one that's definitely more comfortable on her front step. I think she's propped up just a bit better in terms of his front pastures there. His neck's tight. Even though he's got a nickel of crest there, his neck's truly tight on his body, just a bit higher where he comes into the top of his shoulder and the base of his blade there. You get on the top of him, he's got the distinct advantage in terms of raw shape leading out of his blade, depth and dimension of loin, and aggressiveness of back shape. Young lady did an awesome job driving one that's fit extremely well. A nice kind of a barrow to win. And young lady, again, we pushed it close because where this one's advantages lies in this one's rear skeleton. I think this one's longer from his stifle back. He's got a Nicholas set, but I think that allows him to take a longer and more flexible, a more functional step out of his rear two. I love the roundness of body that this particular guy has here. He's got just a little bit of bark on him, but I don't see him overdone. That's truly a big body cavity. You peel everything down, and that forerib shape will stay with him. That midrib dimension will be there, and he's consistent to the back portion of his body. Translate that up. He's got a big spread up top. He's a little blander about his edge. I read him a little bit deeper about his front, about his neck, and where it tied into his shoulder, and we can all see he needs to be more comfortable on his front feet. Just the silhouette of the Blue Bear I like a lot, and definitely it kind of fits my style very, very good. Tall fronted, dead level from there back, symmetrical in his lines, sound and comfortable. He's got enough to him whenever he leaves you, but when he comes right at you, he's got to be opened up, stouting him up right at the surface as well. Same goes with the next Blue Bear here. I went ahead and got him to the scales and redrove him. This is where I thought he had fit, but I thought this one might have the advantage in terms of skeletal stoutness, which he does. He's a big skull, big forearm kind of a barrow there that still goes good from behind. I read him steeper out of his rump. Even though he's functional in his step, he needs to be cranked higher at the base of his tail. He too could come and go with a notch more width there. Young lady does an awesome job with a really stout, very, very good kind of a barrow from a dimension and power standpoint. He's a proportional kind of a barrow where his frame size and length of body and maturity all fit and match. I thought he was deeper set in terms of the base of his neck. He could be propped up on all four of his feet and strengthen his posture. Where I got the most critical is when he stepped in right behind him. He wanted to bow just a bit as he left you. Calico gilt here is awfully good. Again, powerful, dimensional, deep body kind of a gilt there. I don't know if she's as round about her body shape. I know she's shorter and steeper out of her rump compared to the top group contemporaries there. But I love her head, skull, her freshness, and the way that she's presented out here today. The young lady did a great job. Very nice kind of pigs that we come through. There's easily the deepest class that we've had. There of useful market hogs there that are sound enough, comfortable enough, and flexible enough. I think the proportionality is good. As we roll through the class, they just weren't as stout. Maybe their rib and body shape maybe fell short just a bit. But this is an awesome class. Again, let's show them how much we appreciate. Great big round of applause as they head back there to the barn.
Results out of our Landrace division. First and champion goes to Jarrett Morris, Indiana. Second and reserve goes to Matthew Perkins, Indiana. Third, Sadie Wyrick, Indiana. Fourth, Logan Coleman, Indiana. And fifth, Brant Belfonts, Wisconsin. We are now ready to show for our champion middleweight crossbred market hog. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations to Caden Bryant from Arkansas. Second in that class was Colton Kilmer from Indiana. Coming out of class number 2, congratulations from Illinois, Haley Van Opdorp. Second in that class was Camden Platt from Indiana. Coming out of class number 3, congratulations to Braden Bowers from Wisconsin. Second in that class was Carson Kokenauer from Indiana. Coming out of class number 4, congratulations to Reagan Denton from Georgia. Second in that class was Colton Kephart from Indiana. And out of our just completed class number 5, congratulations to Brenna Dreyer from Illinois. Second in that class was Macy Duncan from Oklahoma. If you would, please put your hands together for each of these exhibitors as they drive for your champion middleweight crossbred barrow. Results out of Class 5 medium weight crossbreds. First goes to Brenna Dreyer, Illinois. Second, Macy Duncan, Oklahoma. Third, Whitley Williams, Georgia. Fourth, Maya Holderly, Indiana. And fifth, Tatum Beck Price, Texas.
where we come in the middleweight division, and obviously kind of where you would say heat was in terms of weight, and you can tell as deep as those classes were, how much focus and effort and time was put into this set of pigs here, and at the same time for us, lightweights are eligible, heavyweights are definitely in contention, but we come in here and we concentrate a great set of pigs out here. There's more discussion in this particular class or this particular division, and that's what the classes showed out here there, and it's nice to weigh things back and forth. We read the hogs exactly the same, and I think at the same token, the differences are pretty vast, and so if you have your favorite, if you're rooting for one out here and you're focused in on there, you'd say, well, this one's better in this particular area than that one, and they've got some trade-offs and some other, and I definitely wouldn't argue in that way. When it comes down to it, there we are kind of back and forth on a pair, and there's one that I continually gravitate to, and in terms of just stoutness of feature and ruggedness, and one that reads burly and dense and all those things that we talk about in current times, and can still be this comfortable on her feet and legs and this genuine in her shape there. I think a gilt there that was awesome market hog. I would love to have her in the breeding pens. Young lady right there in the center, white bow, that's our champion middleweight.
Your champion middleweight crossbred is driven by Miss Reagan Denton from Georgia. That drops in Colton Kephart from Indiana for reserve middleweight contention.
Again, as we said so many times, the fact that I go to the microphone just a little bit quicker, I don't want you to think that it wasn't just as close. We have 5 of them out here that could be tied into reserve and actually pushed our champion really hard. That second comes in, and again, from the side, we love his levelness of spine and how collected he is from the profile. He's very symmetrical in his look here from the side, and love his tail set as well. That bear's got a huge rib cage in him as well. We could eat him in class. Didn't know if he's a stout feature, maybe he's bold or wide whenever he left you. We've got another barrow that pushed our champion that's fairly similar in terms of body shape and dimension of his center cavity. He's got a lot of spread. He's got more mass whenever he leaves you. He came in very, very athletic. His angles read awesome. We've driven him, and he's gotten just a little tired out here. He ultimately wasn't champion because he's a bit more moderate in the way that he's put together, but still, I love this barrow when he entered the ring, and he needs to be a reserve champion. Let's give the young man with the red shirt a big round of applause.
Your reserve middleweight is Braden Bowers from Wisconsin.
one class of Poland's here to work through, and yet there's still a tremendous amount of quality and good that we have in the remainder of the ring. We've got 10 over their pin, and yet hogs out here from a balance standpoint you have to be very appreciative of. Maybe some getting a little bit past go, if you will, in terms of time and age and gym freshness, if you will. Some others would like to change just a little on their feet and legs. Nice class of Poland's here. Please give these kids a big round of applause as we let them go back to the barn.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
Very, very fun class to work through here in our Poland show, and we get these top 5 actually back out here and kind of rework them just a little bit further. And I think as you come down through here, maybe there's certain little pieces that you want to say, well, that one ought to win because of this, or that one ought to win because of that. And yet at the same time, at the end of the day, the one that I just keep coming back to in terms of one that's still good in terms of his balance, but is simply put the stoutest one out here in this drive. When you talk about skull, bone, foot size, openness to the center part of his rib, you get up on top of this guy and just study the volume that he has down in his top line, the power that he has to the top of his hip, all the way down through the lower part of his ham and stifle. He's just simply got a lot more of him, and yet still gets out and goes, still gets out and handles it exceptionally well. I like a lot of things about him. You want to say, well, that thing's got a little more neck and a little more crest in him than what he does. He does. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to argue with it, but at the same time, the reason he does is because that comes with that much more power as well. Love the presentation of this 1 and 2. Talk about one that's tall-shouldered, up-headed, extended fronted. Like that things about it. When this one in terms of skin and hair is presented exceptionally well. Like this guy from a silhouette standpoint, you get into him, and I don't think in comparison he's opened up to the center part of his rib quite as good as that barrow that wins the class. He's not have quite the power dimension right behind him as that barrow that wins the class. You give that one just a shot more down low as you get back behind him. I think it makes that pair even closer. With that said, not having quite as much as the other one, he's the one that maybe wants to waver just a little out of his hock and hind leg in comparison to the one that wins as well. 1 and 3, when he first come through the 5 steps over there, I thought this one's going to give it all they want, because this is a stout, powerful kind of a barrow. Love the overall dimension in him. Gets a little kind of dried out right there in his ham-loin junction. Like to change him there. Kind of wants to come in at his hock and out in his foot. We could square him and make him a little truer from the top of his hip to his hock to his foot. We could definitely move him up in class. Top trio in this class, very, very good. And that doesn't take anything away from the young ladies' barrow. He was like the second, third, or fourth one that come in the ring, and I pinned him immediately because this is a very productive kind of a barrow that still has muscle, power, dimension of muscle. There's a lot of places you go, you'd be happy to find one that looks like this that you could name champion. Longer the drive wears on. This one didn't quite as coordinated out of his hind two as some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. Like to square him in his hock down to his foot, have him go just a little more comfortable than what he is here today. Well presented when it comes out next. Love this one in terms of the extension up through his front end. Comes out of the backside of his blade exceptionally well. Of the top 5, he's the one that gets tighter and more restricted out of his hip. Kind of wants to pull his hind leg up underneath him, like to drop him in his flank, give him a little more soft kind of a look there in order to move him up any higher as well. Really intriguing kind of a barrow that comes out next. Lots of power, lots of dimension in him. You know, within this class, maybe one you'd like to see just a little bigger in terms of his overall size and scale. I know sometimes when we throw them all in one class, we run into a little bit of that instance. He chooses one and you get back behind him and study him more than anything. I got to square him from his hock down to his foot, just make him just a little more uniform, a little more true, if you will, from the point of his hock down to his foot in order to move him up. Well presented barrow that comes out next. Crinkled ear dog, got a tremendous kind of back linking in him. Good kind of shape and power. He gets a little more roached in his top line than what you'd term ideal. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. He tools him and you like to extend just a little bit up through his front end. Tremendous kind of backlighted in that one. Super fresh in the center part of his body. Like that about him exceptionally well. Young ladies barrow that comes out next. Good pattern barrow. Extended up through his front end. Sound and functional. Simply put, we just got to have a little more of him. He gets a little drier through the center part of his body. A little flatter through his rib, the way of what you'd term ideal. And the same for the young lady comes out at 9. Good pattern, kind of a gill. Maybe one that gets you just a little flatter through the middle part of her body, give her more dimension through the lower part of her ham and stifle in order to move up in class. And then we round out with a muscular kind of a gill. Lots of power and shape in this one. Gets a little more pinched or too pinched in her ham loin for this judge. Might like to change her off of her hind leg and give her just a little square kind of a look. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
We get into the heavyweight division here, and I think we've got an awesome pair and really a top 4 that really surfaced and came to the top extremely easily. Again, it was a pair to me of 2 athletic kind of a barrows here. They're good and clean about their joints. They're square about their foot design, good at the surface, and still at the same time look like market hogs up top. Of the pair, the blue bear ends up getting the nod of this particular set, and I think his advantages in terms of just length of hip and ability to tie that extra extension with that that much more muscle when you get in behind him. That's a big ended one. And if you study them going right directly away from you, he's got the more dimension up top, particularly in the center of his stifle and that inside ham. He's got the big advantage there. It's still at the same time, that's a sound, athletic, mobile barrow. He's got some length of body, but it all fits and all matches, it all works. I still call that proportional, kind of a show barrow there. His skeleton is impeccably good. I like his maturity pattern. Again, an extended barrow with mass and power that can go is always going to get along with me. The one that comes in second is bolder and maybe rounder about his rib design. He's a shorter body kind of a barrow, and I guess maybe the cool thing to say would he was be more barrow proportioned, and I would definitely agree with that. And so at the same time, with that extra or that little bit of shortness of body comes with a shorter neck and a shorter hip, and I want to extend both ends of his body. He's still got a fresh rib cage. He's got a big, well-fit back and still dimension and still really genuine in terms of back shape. When you get in right behind him compared to that blue barrow, he's flatter and more nondescript. Both of those barrows could be just a bit stouter in bone work, and I'm sure critics will say he doesn't have to have as much bone as some. You're probably right. At the same time, maybe compared to ideal, they could be stoutened just a little bit. That's a good pair right there. They offer some trade-offs, well presented. Congratulations to those two young people. If you could make this white gilt's a rib shape just rounder and her center body cavity have a notch more mass, I think you could grab onto her and run. I really like her her stoutness of skull and her forearm. She's a very square-built kind of a gilt there. She's the one that I call ideal in terms of frame size and proportionality. She's a level designed one that's cranked high in her hips, her tail set as well. Got a big old tail root as well. A strong pasturing gilt also. So there's a lot of things you can grab onto her. I read her flatter and drier about her rib. I read her a little bit harder at her hip loin. The longer we went, she maybe wanted to set outside the plane of her hip just a bit, but mainly give her notch more curve there to her mid body. But a good kind of a gilt there that obviously I admire a lot of things about. Young lady's got a big stout, just a good meat and potatoes, everyday good kind of a market hog right here that the young lady drove extremely good. He looks like he's probably a knucklehead and kind of wants to come to the dirt and swat just a little bit whenever he goes, and some pigs just don't want to be show pigs, and ultimately that's what gets him beat because he didn't have as much look, he didn't balance from the side quite as well, and I don't know if he's quite as athletic in his movement. He's still square built, he's got a monster back, again, a very good kind of a market hog there to be midway in the class. I thought he stayed a little bit leveler in his top line, maybe just a bit better in terms of squareness when you left you than the predominantly white one here. This one has tons of spread up top, just wants to close right at the surface there. Young lady's got another nice, practical, good middle of the road kind of a gilt there that just didn't have anything that you could grab a hold of and say we need to gravitate to and move her up any higher in the particular class there. I still read this one sound and good at the surface, a level design kind of a gilt, little bland or maybe a little more common in her look and muscle shape, maybe not quite the skeletal stoutness that the top end had, but this is a great way to kick off the heavyweight drive. Let's put our hands together for him once again. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors.
Results out of our heavyweight crossbreds. Class 1, first goes to Chloe Mabry, Arkansas. Second, Braden Lancaster, Kentucky. Third, Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Fourth, Piper Unger, Indiana. And fifth, Brindley Folks, Arkansas. Results out of our Poland division. First and champion, Shelby Martin, Indiana. Second and reserve, Camry Evans, Arkansas. Third, Nick Edwards, Iowa. Fourth, Frankie Helsel, Ohio. And fifth, Kinley Hill, Indiana. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring.
We get out here in our spot show, and I guess as we get these three up here in the top end, and you know they've each got some pieces that you absolutely love and admire, and yet each one of them maybe you'd like to change just a little bit. And so I think it makes it somewhat difficult, and yet at the same time, the one that you just keep coming back to is one that's balanced from the side, heavy bone, big-footed, still has plenty of shape, plenty of muscle, plenty of dimension as you get back behind him. And without a doubt, within this trio, he is the one that gets out, handles his hind leg with the best length of stride, gets it out behind his tail to his most comfortable up through his front end. You know, what could you criticize him about? Well, within this class, maybe there's one that's got just a little deeper ditch down his back than what this one does, and yet he's still got good shape. Maybe you'd like to see him got a chance to lay under the tanning bed just a notch longer than what he did before he come to the show to darken him, but that's being awfully critical of a very, very good kind of a show pick. The one in second, I think, most nearly follows him in terms of one that you really liked in terms of the height at the point of his shoulder, the shape and power down his top line. He takes a longer, more fluid kind of a stride than the one in three, yet with that said, I'd love to lengthen his hip. I'd like to flex him out of his hind leg just a notch more comfortable. He too is one that every once in a while you study him on that right hind leg, maybe wants to get just a little coarser in his hock joint than maybe what you'd term ideal. So many unique pieces in the one that we have here in three in terms of one that is stout in terms of bone, foot size, love the shape and expression as you get up on top of her. I just got to change how she is off of her hind two. She wants to kind of tuck and dive that hind leg a little more than ideal, gets a little more rigid, a little more restricted in the way she goes, wants to tie just a little harsher right there at her ham-loin junction. But if you wanted to come out here and say, I wanted the real wild-looking one, that's definitely the one that you would want, because she has got a tremendous kind of back shape, huge bones, huge feet, like that about her. She also gets a little thicker in her corset and her hock work as well in terms of the inside part. This one I would have loved to have seen about 40 days ago. This one is tall-shouldered, extended, shapely back. Love the overall, just way he comes to you to the base of his chest floor, blade and forearm. Unfortunately, I think we're kind of starting to fight the upper limit in terms of weight. Gets a little tighter and more tubular through the middle part of his body. Gets a little harsher right there at his ham loin. We could just freshen that guy up, give him a shot more behind. I think that one, like I said, a few weeks ago was awfully impressed to look at. Right body when it comes out next, good kind of muscle shape and power in him. A little more tubular in the way he is in the middle part of his body. Like to change how he is off of his hind leg. We come down here in 6, 7, and 8. We can bring those three together. We've got three hogs that in terms of being very productive in their look, like that about them exceptionally well. Need to redirect them just a little bit in terms of their feet and leg placement. Just make them more comfortable in terms of we get out and go. And we come down in 9 and 10. Another pair of hogs that still got a tremendous amount of quality and good to them. Just maybe some of you like to balance their hair differently from the side. Once again, change how they go on either end of their skeleton. Nice class of spots here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Here on the crossbred side, as we kind of come into the heavyweight classes, maybe some things weren't quite as deep as they entered the ring here, but this top trio is awfully good. You never know exactly what's going to hit the gate and come in the green chips, but when this thin belted one did, this deal was lights out for me in this particular class. I absolutely love that one's skull shape. The dimension that he has when he comes right at you is ideal. He's square about his blade. He's fresh about his back. He's big about his rear leg, but good about his joints. That's one of the heavy structured, powerful kind of a barrows that we've had out here in the ring today that's still strong and good and square about their posture. Everything fits. He looks like a heavyweight market hog. Again, we're never going to call ages, but I love that one's maturity pattern for where we fit right here. That's a very, very good show pig, very good market hog that's presented extremely well. Young man, you got an awesome one out here. This ended up with a buzzsaw of a barrow to win, and honestly, this one has as much center body dimension and mass as any of them that we have. He's actually more powerful than even our winner whenever he leaves you. That's a bulky, wide, bold frame kind of a barrow there that still reads fresh and good about his center body. He's still good about his skull and about his head shape there. I don't think he ties it as high on his body. I know he's flatter about his front feet and wants to miss them front steps just a bit more than I'd say ideal. He needs to be more comfortable, and that's why it even got close between the Calico placing ahead of him, because this one is another power-driven kind of a barrow there that's extremely good about his chest floor. He's really fresh and good in terms of his center body, as we talked about, and this is one that absolutely never missed a step as he crossed the show ring surface here. He's good at the ground, and he's good in terms of his angles. A very comfortable kind of a barrow that, for me, I need to pick him up off the ground just a bit, maybe peel him back from a condition standpoint ever so slightly. He's got just a little bit more throat and cheek for me, a little bit more at the top of his neck. I rate him a little bit rounder out of his rump as well. At the same time, he had more body dimension than the belted one that came to the pins very quickly. I like this one's height, the shoulder and extension, probably as good as any of them, minus that class winner there. But I think if we study his shape of rib and body, he wants to flatten and cave down to the surface just a bit. I thought anything going away from you, we needed to open him up and power him up just a bit there. The low-eared barrow here is a neat looking one that, again, I think is sound and comfortable. Again, I never know how they have to be managed to come and weigh and get to this status. For me, he just gives the impression that he was taken just a little bit slower leading in, or maybe been sitting at this weight just a little longer, because I read him a little staler at the top of his neck and above his blade. I rate him just a little bit flatter and narrower as he left you. Just open that guy up just a bit more. He was stouter, again, in terms of foot size and bone work than the next barrow here. I prefer this one's four-rib design just a bit more. I think he's broad at the top of his shoulder as well. Kind of wants to taper when you get there behind, and maybe gets a little bit narrower at his loin. He definitely needs to be stoutened up about his foot and his bone work just a bit. His center body placed him over the raw designed one right here that comes in next. This gilt, even though I like them to be a little leaner and maybe just a little rawer in their look, this one takes it a little bit too far, because she's harder about her center body, harder about her flank there. I think naturally that just needs to be a softer ribbed kind of a gilt there to move up higher. The off-belted barrow here comes next, highly fitted and well presented, kind of a square built kind of a barrow. I didn't read him as descript about his edge, maybe a little bit plainer behind and pushed out of the center of his hock. Again, we had a really high quality class here, and we got a nice set of pigs leaving out. Again, just punch and power probably wasn't in their favor in this heavyweight market hog. They just needed to have a notch more to them.
Results out of your spotted division. First in champion, Landon Glunt, Indiana. Second and reserve, Matthew Goodpaster, Indiana. Third, Madison Scarborough, Indiana. Fourth, Trevor Oswald, Ohio. Fifth, Hudson Brown, Indiana. We are now showing your one and only class of Tamworths. And if you would, please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting the ring. Results, heavyweight crossbreds class 2 in ring B. First, goes to Alice Hawk, Indiana. Second, Brantley Platt, Indiana. Third, Caleb Stevenson, Oklahoma. Fourth, Brenna Dreyer, Illinois. And fifth, Emma Garland, Indiana. We're now showing Class 3 heavyweight crossbreds.
Just one class at Tamworth here to work through, and yet with that, I thought these trio kind of moved themselves towards the top of the class quite easily. And within the trio, there's one that I think just combines so much more shape and expression in the upper part of his skeleton with a sound, functional set of feet and legs down at the ground in terms of one that can get out and go and stay consistent in his stride on either end. You know, maybe you'd like to extend him just a little in terms of his neck, in terms of his pole, and yet at the same time, that's a fresh-made kind of a hog that's opened up in the center part of his rib exceptionally good. And like I said, his consistency in terms of his stride, what edges him over the bears we have in 2 and 3. Like so many things about the one that we have in 2, in terms of one that's tall-shouldered, a little more extended, still has good kind of muscle dimension and good kind of shape. You studied this one, particularly out of his left hind leg. I just got to make him more comfortable in terms of the way he goes. He's got a little awkward kind of a set to it, if you will, yet that thing is opened up good, good kind of shape, good kind of power. Or we could get him out and just kind of fix that little bit of a flat tire on him, makes that pair even closer. Same thing can be said for the young ladies, Barrow, in terms of one that you like the bone and foot size in him, love the overall muscle dimension. He's one that me like to change off of his right hind in terms of the way he gets out and goes. Within the pair, between second and third, I thought he was just a notch drier in terms of the middle part of his body, a little harsher there. We could freshen him up ever so slightly in order to move up. Pale-colored bear that comes out next, good pattern, good extension in him, just simply one we need to open up in the center part of his rib, put a little more cover over his rib cage in order to move up in class. We come down here in 5, very productive looking kind of a bear, good kind of muscle, good kind of power in this one. And at the same time, he's maybe one that's a little shorter in terms of his length of body than what you'd like to see, like to extend him on either end. But he's fresh to the center, a good kind of rib cage in that one. That's what edges him over the young man's bear that comes out next. This one here, good kind of a bulk to him, if you will. Just at the same time, he gets a little flatter down the lower part of his rib cage. It gets a little flatter in the lower part of his skeleton, just like to widen him out there in order to move him up. Good bear that comes out next. Maybe one you'd like to see just a little more coordinated off of his hind leg. Gets him one a little more in at his hock, a little more out in his foot than what you'd like to see. Square him there and we can move him up. Good bear that comes out next. Tall-shouldered, extended kind of a bear. Another one you'd like to see just a little more coordinated off of his this hind two, stouten him up just a little bit. 9 and 10, much of the same. Hogs that are good in terms of their quality, good kind of center body in these guys. Maybe not quite the overall dimension as you get back behind them. Again, like to see them just a little more comfortable in terms of their rear leg placement. Nice class here. Let's congratulate them.
Well, obviously a big class, and I think we end up with 15 in the pins there, which is a kind of an oddity. Once we get to the heavyweight groups, sometimes we kind of fall out in terms of quality just a bit, but that was just quite the opposite here. They've still got some very good ones here. The Calico Gilt needs to go a bit better out of her hip and her rear leg, but big, fresh back. That's a good dimensional barrel right here with a neat color pattern. And then again, this needs to be picked up off the ground, fix his rear structure in him just a bit. We have a lot of extremes in terms of body dimension and width. Maybe just a little bit differences in this particular set, how they were presented and came in this heavyweight drive. But this is a really, really good class. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they head back. We're going to drop all 15 of them back out and resort them.
Results out of our Tamworth division. First and champion, Gavin Young, Indiana. Second, Barry Guilford, Kentucky. Third, Marissa Librant, Indiana. Fourth, Braden Hill, Indiana. Fifth, Zella Boyer, Indiana.
Good class of lightweight Yorks here to work through, and we've got our pins filled up over there, and yet still a good set out here in the ring in terms of hogs that are balanced from the side, and yet maybe some we'd like to see just a little more muscle shape and power all the way through. One or two we'd like to maybe change just a little bit in terms of the way they go on their feet and legs, but good class, good top 10. We'll get ready to work. If you would, give those kids a round of applause. Fun class of lightweight Yorkshires here to work through, and I think as we get up here in the top end, there's one that just kind of simply swallows the rest of them up, if you will, in terms of just mass and power and dimension. Just hope to wins the class in terms of just being big blade, big forearm, tremendous type of squareness as you get up on top of him, good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. Of the top trio, when you watch him go away, love the way this guy is. The top part of his hip carries that down into his stifle, still gives you a good silhouette from the side, good kind of depth of body and flank in him. Really fresh back when it comes out here in second. Really I like the extension up through his head and neck, maybe a notch better than the bear that wins the class. And yet with that said, when you get right back behind him, he's not near as powerful, not near as wide at the top of his hip, not quite as dimensional right through the center and lower part of his ham as that hog that wins the class. But one that presented exceptionally well. Love the fresh shape and expression, particularly down his top line. Front 2/3 of the bear end, 3 like in terms of one that's extended, tall shouldered, big blade, big forearm, opened up in the center part of his rib. You get back there, he gets shorter and rounder out of his hip. He wants to play out a little bit more in terms of his muscle dimension through the lower part of his ham and stifle. You like to just square him there, give him a notch more power and dimension. Little guy does a great job of driving this one that comes out next. Very productive looking bear. Of the top 4, just like to stouten him up in terms of his bone and foot size, particularly to match that kind of mass that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. Still a sound, functional kind of a bear. Maybe one you just like to see a notch stouter all the way through, knowing it's particularly in his bone and foot in order to move up. Well presented bear that comes out next, like him from his underline up in terms of extension up through his front end, tall shoulder, really like in terms of the shape as you get on top of him, you get to study him down at the ground, and we just got to widen him out, lower part of his skeleton, track him wider from his knee down to his foot, from his hock down to his foot as he goes away in order to move up. Come out in 6, very productive bear that gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder, wants to close up in his knee just a little more than ideal, and as we come down through here, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Again, still bears that's got a tremendous amount of quality and good to them. Some of them getting a little straighter, a little more upright in their shoulder. Doesn't get out and go off their hind leg quite as comfortable. A couple of them would like to just give them a much more softness to the middle part of their body. Excellent class of Yorkshires here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
You know, it's always interesting every show you go to, or maybe as we progress through the years in the show pick world, we used to always kind of honed in and focused up here on the heavyweight division. And here lately, it seems like that's kind of been the one everybody says, oh, they're just big and they're overdone. And but I'm going to tell you right here, they're all in contention. They're all here. These aren't big, overdone kind of a bears. They're bears and gilts. And obviously in this particular class, we caged up 15 of them and redrove them. And I think the difference is probably spread and maybe became just even that much more evident whenever they got out here on the show ring surface just a bit more. But this is an awesome class. I think we have a really good one to win, and it's kind of one of those deals there that as we were training judging teams there growing up, whenever I was coached coming up there, as we talked to the kids there at home and evaluating livestock, again, nickel and dime them, compare them all you want, but at the same time, if you start studying them and evaluating them on an individual merit, the one that's the hardest to pick a hole in needs to win, and that's easily clear cut, this gilt of this particular set here. She's sound, she's comfortable, her angles read right, she's square in her skeleton, she's right in her proportions, she's right in her balance, she's appropriate in terms of her condition, she's right in terms of ideal of width and keeping her shoulders square and her elbow right, she's right in terms of width leading in and keeping her hock in her right, and still she's very, very genuine in her shape. Very good kind of a gilt there, hard to pick a hole in, needs to win this class really easily for me. The lady ends up in second, and I like this one quite a bit too. This barrel probably on the standstill would take just an absolutely killer picture and look like the ones that make the magazine and that we splash all over Facebook and say, look at this one, and the program behind her. She's had a good set of pigs out here today. That's a good barrel right here that is absolutely incredible in terms of his jawline and where that's scripted there on his body, where that neck size ties on top of a really tall shoulder blade, dead level, proportionate, extremely good in terms of the angles to his rear leg there. But the longer we drove him, he did want to hinder, maybe want to get a little bit tighter off or either end of his body, maybe wanted to flatten comparatively to the gilt in terms of rib design and muscle from behind. The powerhouse of the group actually comes in three, and there has not been a pig, a gilt or bear that's come in the ring with a bigger back and a bigger end than this bear that ends up in third. That's a big bladed, dimensional kind of a bear there that's got an awesome skin and hair hair coat. I like his body shape as well. I think he fits from a frame size perspective as well. He's a little crestier up top. I read that extra power coming with a little bit coarser, rounder makeup. He's definitely the least mobile of those top three. The one that comes in four has got a unique head on him, and I think just in terms of skull, he's one of those that comes in the ring and kind of knocks you back. I like the angle to his shoulder, backward set to his forearm and knee as good as any of them that we've seen out here. He's still a tall fronted, level design kind of a barrow there as well. He's a barrow there. Again, we start studying him comparatively to the ideal or just on an individual merit. He came in a few more things we'd like to change. Want to prop his front feet up in him just a bit better. He gets a little bit narrower in terms of his pin set and flatter in terms of his stifle there. He's not as good in terms of his rear leg movement and reach as well, but still, that's a unique kind of a barrow that offers some things to definitely discuss and talk about. Gravitated to him quick, got him to the scales, just maybe had a couple things we'd like to alter. Another really nice white gilt here that I read stout about her rear leg size. She's still strong and good about her front foot. I like her proportionality, balance there, and shape that she has. I read her youthful enough for this heavyweight drive as well. She's also one that's shorter out of her rump and actually wants to draw in at her hock just a bit. She wants to kind of labor there off her rear too. This is one unique animal that ends up midway in a heavyweight class there. Just absolutely creature-like in terms of where that head and neck set are, and I'm always going to be drawn to that extra look and where that set on that one's guy's body. I still read him stout enough in terms of his bone work, long enough about his rump, and still's got some shape up top. He's too hard about his body, and we've got to make him rounder about his rib design. Looks like one of those great big heavyweight barrows there that maybe been sitting here for a while. But his stoutness is what placed him over the next one here. Good design. One young lady always does a great job. This one just needs to be stouter. As we rounded out the group, maybe this set of barrows, not quite as much look up front, maybe need to be picked up in terms of their front foot placement, but still, awesome class. That was a congratulations to each one of them. Phenomenal job by all those exhibitors.
If you would, please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring A. Results out of your Class 1, Yorkshires. First goes to Elizabeth Baker, Indiana. Second, Hunter Wells, Ohio. Third, Madison Schwarzentruber, Indiana. Fourth, Devin McNeely, North Carolina. And fifth, Livia Coleman, Indiana. We are now showing Class 2, Yorkshires. Your results out of your heavyweight crossbreds, Class 3. First goes to Colton Kephart, Indiana. Second goes to Brenna Dreyer, Illinois. Third goes to Travis Wallen, Indiana. Fourth goes to Corbin Coyle, Kentucky. And fifth goes to Colton Kilmer, Indiana. We are now showing Class 4 heavyweight crossbreds. This is the last and final class of crossbred barrows in the heavyweight division. Evaluating your pures in Ring A is Mr. Ryan Seitz from Granite, Oklahoma. Ryan is a nutritional support specialist for Show-Right Show Feeds. Ryan and his wife Wendy and son Rhett own and operate Seitz Livestock, raising Chester, Duroc, and crossbred show pigs, as well as breeding stock. Ryan has judged many state and national shows across the country. Please put your hands together for Ryan Seitz in Ring A. In Ring B, evaluating your crossbred market hogs is Mr. Kelton Mason from Montgomery, Texas. Kelton works for Lidner Show Feeds and is also the owner of the Stud Show Pigs, where they run 100 crossbred sows and a small boar stud. Kelton graduated from Texas A&M University and was a member of the national champion livestock judging team and also coached for 2 years at his time at A&M. Kelton has 2 kids, Caden and Camlin, that are actively showing pigs and cattle. Kelton has judged at all levels in over 30 states for the past 20 years. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kelton Mason in Ring B.
In the swine office, get your release form before you leave. They will not let you leave the fairgrounds with a trailer without a release form. Thank you.
Fun class of heavyweight Yorkshires to work through, and as we get up here in the top trio, they kind of, I guess for me, move themselves up there quite easily. I think there's one that just comes at you so good in terms of the base width that he has, his blade, his forearm, the openness he has through his chest, really good in his bone and foot size. You know, for the mass and power that this thing's got, you get up on top of him and the one that we have in second, and this one's just a little thinner pole, a little neater about his neck, and yet still has that kind of shape, that kind of power, that kind of dimension, and it all starts down at the ground. The one that we have here in two, you talk about one that you really like in terms of just mass and volume of muscle. You like a lot of things about her in that regard, and yet she wants to close up just a little more right in the base of her chest floor. She gets just a little crestier about her neck as well. Both these two, if you want to kind of get a little critical of them, maybe you could give them just a little more coordinated step, but that's being awfully critical of a very nice pair of heavyweight Yorkshires. Young man's got a gilt here that just kind of fell in the buzzsaw kind of a class, because it's a very productive kind of a gilt that's got a good kind of a blade and forearm and dimension to her, like the overall shape and power. She wants to kind of wing out just a little more out of her hind two than maybe what you'd turn ideal. I like to just kind of give her just a little different kind of a look, if you would, from the side in terms of the way she wants to get a little wrinkled there in her side, a little easier in her top line as well. We come out in four. We can bring that one on out. Good kind of a gilt when you talk, or better than when you talk about frame size, length of body, really good in terms of the stature, and yet at the same time, rather than this class, maybe one that gets a little more upright in his shoulder placement, gets a little flatter about the center part of his rib. Like to change that about him, a little drier through the middle part as well. Young lady does a great job of presenting the bear that comes next, one that you really like in terms of having some center body, some depth of flank, really good in terms of his condition over his rib. Gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip of the top 4 or 5. I think right behind his blade, he doesn't come quite as square, quite as fresh as some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. Here is a big backed one that comes out next. Like that about him exceptionally well. Gets a little softer down on his front foot than what you'd term ideal. Like to change how he goes off of his hind two, widen him out from his hock to the ground in order to move up in class. We come down through here, 7 and 8. Still yet a good pair of hogs. Like to lengthen this one's hip in terms of just make him more level in terms of the way he is from the side. Talk to the young man before we put him in pen. There's a lot of good in this bear, and yet he's just not getting out and going correct enough off of his hind two. We could change that about him in order to move him up. Young lady in 9 and 10, we're now 1 and 9, really good in terms of bone and foot, and just rugged in his look, a little drier and harder through the middle part of his body. The hog comes out in 10 again. Still lots of mass and shape and power in this one, just like to balance that one a hair differently from the side. Excellent class of Yorkshires here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Please put your hands together for the exhibitors that exited Ring B. Results out of Class 2, Yorkshires. First goes to Brantley Platt, Indiana. Second goes to Maria Frosch, Indiana. Third goes to Luke Vernon, South Carolina. Fourth goes to Caitlin St. Clair, Indiana. And fifth goes to Ethan Parker, Arkansas. We are now ready to show for champion Yorkshire Barrow. Out of class number 1, congratulations to Elizabeth Baker from Indiana. Second in that class was Hunter Wells from Ohio. Out of class number 2, congratulations to Brantley Platt from Indiana. Second in that class was Maria Frosch, also from Indiana. If you would, please put your hands together for each of these exhibitors as they drive for the champion Yorkshire Barrow at the 2022 North American.
We bring our first and second place in each one of those classes out here to pick your champion in reserve. And, not a lot of numbers, and yet within this Yorkshire show, it's been an awfully good. You get them out here and you get to compare it, and I think there's a pair of them, and Kelton totally agrees, that just go together. They're kind of made a lot similar in terms of the way they're built. There's maybe one that just, there's simply more of him in terms of just having more mass, more power, more dimension, comes at you really, really good through the base of his chest floor. The pair that suits us best, the pair that we're going to kind of tie, that's your first in your heavyweight class is going to be your champion. The first in the lightweight class is going to be a reserve.